Like I said, if something's not working, and we don't have time, we just go back to you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna see if we got.
Our bus will start getting that all set up for yesterday. Hacking into
Watching it update.
with command lines.
Where is that?
Testing 1, 2.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So 2 mics, but we'll probably take care of this.
Okay, I got, that didn't really work so much, so I refreshed my screen here. Connects me and I have to reconnect to the YouTube side of things. And it's not currently up there, so, but I probably should put it on. Let me know if you get audio. I think that let me know.
You guys.
We're just on vacation.
You want to do the, get those tables up here?
We were in Rhineland.
Shut up. That's where we used to go.
Try and see what-
Okay, it's live now with my phone again.
So my wife.
See if somebody walks in front of the screen. So I'm
Oh, there we go.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So Chad is fire chief. Okay. He's about to run that. Fire Association.
We got a conference in Wichita.
Briefly.
Yeah.
For an hour or so.
Yes.
Cool, very good.
What?
Hold on, Nietzsche.
But I grew up in Kansas City, so I'm sick actually. So, yeah. Okay,
Saturday and Friday.
that's interesting. That convention at the same time as the fire chief. Oh, yeah. The fire chiefs are up there.
Oh, okay.
That's far high international. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, really? Good luck.
Hey, no problem.
Okay, Joe. Plan?
Hey, no problem.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, you all showed back up. I'm amazed. So thank you for being here again. I'm going to have Diana call the roll. I actually told you I was going to ask you to do that, so you have it right in front of you. But ask her to call the roll again, and then we will get into this.
Okay. Chad Vesta,
Here.
Danielle Burke. Here. Kylie Childs.
Here.
Ryan Cobbs.
Here.
Sharon Dicker.
Here.
Mark Ingholm.
Here.
Jason Harrison. Dustin. Burke. Jane Hughesman. Here. Robert Hutchison.
Here.
Christopher Latham.
Here.
Jeff Lane.
Here.
Will Lawrence.
Here.
Chad Mayberry.
Here.
Lynn Will. Here. Jake Miller. Drew. Jack Poole, sorry.
Here.
Megan Shrew.
Here.
And on one team, we should have Jennifer Manuel
Yes, here.
and Larry Vandenberg.
Okay, so for those on the Teams meeting, this is the first time we're attempting that. We're trying to get this set up here. So hopefully if you can hear us, if not, please let us know during this if something drops out, but we've kind of, let's say, modified the room to try to make it work. So all good. All right, well, any business to do before we get back into, we start into RPO5? Anyone have any questions, concerns, issues? Okay, Wyatt?
Morning, I'm Wyatt Delaney. I'll be presenting
You have to move that down, I think, so not sure.
recommendation package 5.
Good. Is there a button there? Or anything?
See anything? Oh, it might be.
We haven't done anything, we're just getting started.
I really enjoyed it.
Testing.
We went to Barbados last year, and him and his family were before. He was helping me
So for the body, just information, this room is not wired for sound. So we actually have had to, if you notice, there's a mic in front of me on the table. That was there yesterday. That's going to the live YouTube feed. Then the microphones you see on the tables over here are generally trying to pick up for the Teams feed. Then hopefully we'll get Wyatt set up so he can be heard as he's on the mic giving the presentation. Yeah, technology. Wyatt, just for now, why don't you try and pick up one of the mics behind you and just, you'll have to hold it.
Because I have 4.
And I know those weren't fully charged yet, but we'll at least get us rolling well.
Sorry.
Thanks, Wyatt.
Morning, I'm Wyatt Delaney. I'll be presenting recommendation package number 5 for emergency responder communication enhancement systems, or ERSAs. It's a relatively modern fire protection requirement that's been added, especially after our 2006 edition we're in right now. The first edition was in the 2009 International Fire Code. It was initially called the Emergency Responder Radio Coverage, and it was shifted to what is now currently the Communication Enhancement System. Technology and building constructions evolved since our code was adopted, and this code is there to make sure that the communication inside buildings that are now more dense are stronger and able to communicate in and out for all of our responders and keep responders and occupants of buildings safe. In those buildings that are made with more dense building materials, it creates dead zones for the radios to have coverage. This system just addresses that with antennas throughout the building and receiver antennas to connect to the public safety radios. The changes in Appendix A, Section 510.1, the changes are to make shall may instead, and modifies the language to be required by the fire code official instead of being a automatic mandate. It gives local jurisdictions some flexibility to require ERSAs within their jurisdiction if they need it for their operational situations. Section 510.2, this modifies the language slightly to the 2024 IFC and removes the retroactive requirement for all buildings across the state. That aligns with KSA 31-133 subsection C. It also adds language to clarify KSFM as the authority having jurisdiction over state buildings to require ERSAs if needed. And that covers state-owned office buildings and college campuses. Gives a clearer pathway for us to work with local fire departments where state office buildings or state buildings, the state-owned properties are, and work with our commission inspectors. And then section 510.3, in its entirety, point 1 and point 2 were modified to give local jurisdictions the ability to require permits if they have that already in place or would like to add it. Potential concerns are the costs of adding these systems, which is partially negated by the option for local control over their determination for their buildings. The prices can range from looking at a couple of vendors online. It can be 50 cents to $2.50 a square foot and on about that. Ultimately, the recommendation is that these systems outweigh the concerns, the benefit that they provide for our responders and occupants of our buildings, and we recommend the adoption. I will stand for any questions.
Any questions for Wyatt? Go ahead, Kylie.
What is the definition of state-owned building that we're using for the existing state-owned buildings?
It would be a building that's owned by the state.
So the two nursing homes that are owned and operated by the state right now would fall under this.
Could, yes, if we were to. So what this does is give us the option, if we find that there's a threat level and we get complaints that first responder radios don't work in a state facility, then we can address that. But what we didn't want to do, if we left this portion as is, it would mandate those in every building, not in the state. And so we were trying to make it more of a, allow that to be if there's an issue, but not mandated in every single building.
So the, where required by the state fire marshal is this assessment that you're talking about,
Yes.
that you'll be able to utilize to decide that.
And that's only on state buildings, yeah,
Right.
we're not, yes. If we had left it the way it was, it would mandate, this other portion of this would mandate that every building in the state have a, they would have to go out and do a survey, a DBA assessment of every building. And then if they went into one of your clients and said, DBA is too low, you need to put in a $150,000 system, right? You know, I think it's case by case, we've gotten along at this point without it. New construction, I think it's great. If we look at those, but trying to retrofit or require is another matter, right? Sorry. Senator?
Okay, two questions. First, to kind of go off of what you just said. This is the only thing, I mean, we have to think about 10 years from now. And I know that we keep saying, oh, we hope that we don't have to do this again in 10 years, but we're required by the state fire marshal. Say that something like you're our state fire marshal now. We could be getting a new state fire marshal in January, who could go completely rogue.
Could get one tomorrow.
So I guess I'm worried that that language isn't tight enough to that this is what our intent as a task force right now, but it intent is not written. And so that's the other thing. So that's one thing I'm like, just kind of throwing that out there. And then two, Wyatt, you mentioned something about it not being retroactive on, you mentioned retroactive. And I don't remember where it was. I don't know if it was on 510.2.
Yeah, 510.2, we removed the retroactive requirement for all buildings across the state. Initially, the actual code would have required it in every building that required it after a survey.
Like, as I read this is the hard part, is I don't know what you're striking.
Yeah, so in this, it would say emergency responder communication existing buildings, period. So every building in the state would be required, every building, to
Okay,
have under the, if we stayed with the written code, would be required to have these surveys and then retroactively place these in. So we didn't, obviously, that's not compliant with Kansas law, but what we did want to allow is if we have existing state buildings that we have problems with, because some of our state buildings, whatever else, are different construction, they may be
Right.
super heavy construction, stone, whatever else, they wouldn't be able to do that. But I see your point and be interested in
I don't know the answer, but it's just something that I think that a lot of times we got to think about if the shoe was on the other foot, how do we make sure that the language is tight enough? So that's just all I have to say.
any other questions for Wyatt, sir?
This one actually creates a little different language than we've seen in all the others. Here, you actually use the word state fire marshal instead of fire code official.
Yes,
What's
because,
the intent behind that as opposed to using the standard language, because fire code official is you, right?
no, there's two different areas. So, good point. So no, in this, there's fire code official. Fire code official includes local fire chiefs and those that are appointed by them. State fire marshal is just the state fire marshal's office of the deputy state fire marshal. And that is because local jurisdictions do not have authority to enforce their local codes on state property. Only the state fire marshal.
So if there's a state building in Wichita, the local fire has no jurisdiction to enforce the codes of that building?
Yes, no building codes, no.
It would be the state.
Yeah, the state would take, the state govern itself. Same as we have no say over any federal owned property.
So I understand that now. We did not,
Inspection,
Yeah.
but.
Is yours your lease then?
In that case.
There's a, what he's saying is there's cooperation between it. We don't.
We coordinate, cooperate, but it was their authority, their final approval on what happens.
so, but we didn't use that language yesterday when we had all the revisions to the state-owned building sections. They still say, as I recall, the fire code official.
I'd have to go back and look at that and I'll take a look.
I'm
at
just
it.
trying to look at it from a consistency standpoint.
Yep.
When somebody reads it, does that mean it's done different?
So do you have a
Do we to
specific
treat it
area?
differently?
Yes. You have a specific area you think it's incorrect on those other ones?
I'm just saying, I don't recall discussing that. Nowhere in any of this has any of the changes specifically said state farm marshal except right here that I recall. So I'm just trying to understand the differences. I get it. I mean, you have authority over the state building, so why do we need to change it just from a consistency standpoint?
It would have been 3.
So maybe think about that.
Well,
Next.
let me have our staff take a look at 3 and see if there are any inconsistency there and report back to us on it. Please.
In 510.3 versus 510.3.1, we use the word permits in one and then we use construction permits in another. And I think throughout the code, the terminology is permits, whatever they are, whatever kind they are.
You know, 510.3.1 is the language from the existing code, a construction permit. If it's in black there, that's what's there.
510.3.1 right here in the code says permit required.
Yes,
Does
but
not use the word
what
construction.
is the, it says permit required, and then what are the words right after that say?
It says construction permit. There again, I'm trying to develop some consistency of
So
how
that's-
it's done throughout the rest of the document, because it'll get viewed different. Just like under permits in 10.3, we're also adding where required by local ordinance and resolution. Does that not imply? There again, it's a consistency thing. We change it in this one section.
Okay,
but we
Jack,
have to change
let's
it
hold on
in
so I can answer one question at a time here. Okay, so on the permits, and I believe I explained this yesterday, but I'll go through it real quick. All the way through this, we've tried to make this as usable by local authorities as possible. Our agency does not issue permits.
Understood.
So therefore, instead of us stripping out everything about permits in this document, what we've done is say where local jurisdictions by their ordinance or resolution want to have a permit, they can use that. That's what that is. And that's throughout the document. That's one of the major changes administratively we've had to make throughout this is to allow that. Otherwise, we don't issue those permits. We don't want to issue any permits. So is there an issue with doing that?
There again, all 3 of these comments are not necessarily, it's trying to develop consistency of how we're wording the code. Because the section permit required is probably in this document probably 100 times. And here in this one section, it's going to say construction permit required.
And what does it say directly after permit required there?
Then I think we can find the same verbiage in the other sections as well.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
I would
Yes,
just,
sir.
going back, Mark, I looked through 3, I didn't see anything in reference to fire code official or state fire marshal. I think it is in 2 on open burn, I didn't see any reference on 3. I might have missed it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any further questions for Wyatt? Do you have any idea of language you'd like to see to kind of tighten that up?
I don't know, I need someone to work, I need my attorney friends to look it around.
Well, I guess I would ask them, why are you trying to tighten it up?
It's just the fact of, right now, it's open to required by the state fire marshal. So right now, we have a state fire marshal who is being friendly about it. It would really stink to tomorrow have somebody who all of a sudden goes, nope, I am gonna be a jerk about it. And then nobody has the time to be prepared for it. And so that's just where I'm trying to figure out, how do we just leave it as is and say, luck of the draw? Or,
Well, I guess there could be a way to tie it into existing statute, which creates a review process for fire marshal decisions. There would be a way to take it up for additional review, which also could include judicial review. So tie it into that statutory language, that would at least allow, no matter who the fire marshal is, potential judicial intervention, those kind of decisions. Now, I will say, it will be hard to win on judicial review on that, because there's a lot of discretion granted to the agency making that kind of determination. So you would either need to impose some sort of objective requirements to measure the decision against, or put the decision in someone else's hands. I mean, those would probably be the two options there to address the discretionary issues you're talking about.
So, and I have three of you, so hold on here.
He was first.
Go ahead, Chad.
So being a fire chief for 2.5 years, and prior to that, I was a local fire marshal for 6 years. The issue at hand is the entire code, as you read it, is all about interpretation. It really comes down to best judgment of trying to meet the intent of the code, to your point. But the question is, if you have, for your scenario, a rogue fire marshal, then that comes back to more than just the interpretation of the code. That comes back to holding that individual accountable for not playing well with others, for lack of better terms. So I guess my point is, I don't know how you tighten it up, because you will have to do that through the entire code.
right, and I get that, and that's kind of where I'm just trying to think of, I'd hate to, we are doing all this work, and then, I mean, after last night, we could have somebody new in January, you know? And so that's where, well, we could have somebody new no matter what in January. And so that's just where we're doing all of this under the current state fire marshal. Could all of this interpretation that we're working on completely change? And that's just my concern.
And it's a valid concern, but I think that's a what if scenario that you can run to the end of the world.
I had Jane next.
Oh, what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I guess I would just agree with you. It's the entire code and building code, the fire code, all the codes are basically dependent on a negotiation between what's going on and the authority having jurisdiction. And so I don't feel like that it introduces new variables necessarily, this piece of language. It does, I think you're right, like it could go awry because it's putting these interpretations in the hands of someone, but it is the normal system, I think. So we're not making it worse, I guess, in my opinion, from having worked on lots of things.
Me.
Sure, yeah.
I do think your point is a good one and kind of highlights the problem with this process here is that we're not seeing the entire code. And I do think and would ask at some point that we look at the variance process that's in this code, because that's really what you're talking about. So if I have somebody that says I have to have a sprinkler in every room of my house, and maybe that's required, and I'm like, no, I can't do that. What is that process, and are those guidelines there, and the variance and then the appeal that he's talked about? But I do think the decision-making process is very important, and this board needs to weigh in on that. And we're not seeing this whole code thing. The other thing, since I have the floor, I would like to see if there's the will, a group of us that are willing to read the whole thing. If we're being asked to with all of this, and then later our fire marshal reads, what the heck did you do? I don't want to put my name on it unless I've read it. And I'm willing to dictate the time. If you give me a copy of all of the changes and come back and not the whole group, because that will slow this process down. But I just think that would be important.
Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Just basically the exemption process and the appeal process are both statutory. Jared touched on those at the meeting yesterday, but how that works, how you request exemption and how you do those are already set in statute.
But
so that will supersede whatever this might say about various process. The statute sets that process.
Then I think your IFC needs to refer to the state statute, and we haven't seen that. Because right now you're gonna have an IFC variance process and you're gonna have a state statute process, and do those match? And I understand the statute will supersede the code, but if we're gonna do it, let's do it right.
If
And
I
let's
may.
have them all meshed together.
So if I may, that's,
Yeah.
yes, they do match. That's one of the things we've worked very hard at in this document, is to ensure that what we're doing matches with our state law, matches with the regulations of other agencies that we work with, and then, of course, the reasonableness and those sort of things. But those are some of the changes. That's one of the reasons we could not adopt. We have those.
Oh, yeah, I completely agree. You don't want to adopt the IFC as your code and say we're done. But I do think it would be helpful if somebody, and I guess I'm volunteering, looked at the entire thing, because there may be changes that are being made that you don't think are substantive, that maybe other parties.
Experience with it being installed. And so the two things I found are difficult. One was determining whether to get it at the right time during construction. It's tricky because you kind of want to know that like early on, but then the assessments can't be done until the building is like more complete, so you know how the signals will be blocked. So then it's like this weird retroactive trying to thread it through a building that's almost complete. It's like maybe a better way to do that, but I don't see how we can fix that.
I think that's a technology issue. It's something that the vendors kind of have to go based off of whatever their determination is for it, because windows have to be in place and close enough to the thickness they would be to give them actual grids when they.
Ryan?
And Chad, maybe this is a question for you. Is there a minimum expectation on what communication devices fire departments should have throughout the state of Kansas? Or is that a burden based solely upon those who are constructing? So if, as an example, if a volunteer fire department had subpar equipment, are the people who are building held to a higher standard than anybody else might be?
So that's a tough question, because basically there's two types of systems when you start talking radio systems that are being used. There's analog and digital.
Right.
And, bigger departments, and well, even some of the smaller ones, depending on funding. The issue is, it's hard to say, because a digital system, you either have signal or you don't. There's no in between. Whereas to your point, some of the older analog systems, you can still get signal, but it's not good, it's scratchy, it's whatever. So then it becomes, where's that fine line? But in today's environment, everybody is gradually progressing to digital, which, that's just what the state system is digital. So it's pretty clear that you either get signal or you don't. You key up the radio and you either get a tone or you get balls.
But to answer that, it is going to be dependent on that local area and what radio system they're using and what band they're on. I think all of us here have a cell phone and at some point have gotten into an elevator and the call drops, right? Because that's using an 800, that area frequency that does not go through walls well. But if their fire department's still using the old systems like I'm not gonna get geeky, but 154.370 VHF system, sometimes those do better through those things. So
I'm just wondering if, especially in rural areas, if you're seeing some increase in construction and yet the resource that counties have provided is inadequate for the needs of the new construction, maybe the better option would be for counties to foot the bill to improve radio systems than it would be for every construction department or every construction process to have to address its needs for the fire department.
So these are all reasons why we didn't feel that if we would stay with the original language, this would be required in Kansas. And so we are making it, instead of a shall, it's may, and then work with the local fire code official because, I'm sorry, Kylie.
So back to the where required by the state fire marshal, is there some additional language we could just ask that refers or add to refer back to after completing necessary assessments by an approved vendor? That way, if we do have a change in fire marshal, we still have a system that they're supposed to follow versus them just going, well, I want to require it and not following the system with the vendor or something like
That sounds like a great motion when we get to that. All right. Any further questions for Wyatt? Jack?
Wyatt, so your comment about this is all about firefighter safety, with respect to 510-2, I point out that, and I'll use a building here, quote, local, the Capitol building, which probably has issues with two-way radio transmissions with the fire department's radios. They don't?
No, so we put a system in.
They installed the system.
So pick another building that doesn't have a system that the radios don't. The way this is worded, the state fire marshal has the authority as opposed to the fires in that jurisdiction in that building.
That's,
Right, it's a state of the building where the state fire marshal retains authority.
But to your point,
That's-
what we have as a local, we have no authority in a state-owned building, so even if it is in our code, so I lived in Winfield for 23 years. One of the nursing homes I'm referring to is the Kansas Veterans Home, and next to it was the Winfield Correctional Facility. As the local fire department that responded to those facilities and was responsible, we had no say in those buildings, period. Because of the way the state statute is written.
well,
Or
state constitution, I mean, when you get into, it's,
it all comes down to, it's a state-owned buildings, we don't have jurisdiction.
So I hear you. So you as a fire chief, if you know those radios will not work, are you gonna send your fire crew in on fire?
We do it all the time, unfortunately. But that's why this is in the newer codes to try to protect the local jurisdiction. We do communicate with the state fire marshal's office and say, hey, we're having a problem with something. And I have no doubt that the current administration will work with us on that. And to the point earlier about a rogue fire marshal potential, you know, we've had as a local jurisdiction, we've had a better relationship with the current administration than previous. And I personally had to deal with a rogue fire marshal before, and it is a concern.
Well, just the way it words is the fire marshal could say, no, we're not putting one in that building.
and there could be reasons that that is true. I mean, if you have a building that's 100 years old and it's used with inmates, and it may not, I mean, there are times where it's just not. Go ahead, sir.
Just to clarify a point, Jack, that's actually not accurate. It's what it says here is the fire marshal is the one who's. Fire marshal can't say you can't put one in. The state or FPM, whoever actually wanted to install one, they absolutely could, and they don't need his approval to do it first. So someone else within a position of authority over state property could make that determination regardless of how the survey turns out.
I'm looking at it from the other perspective. The state says, I don't want to spend money, I'm not going to upgrade that building. Yet the fire department's saying, my radios don't work.
It's not just fire department radios, it's EMS and.
It's emergency responder safety is why we're doing it, yet this gives an out, not driven by the local fire code authority, that we could say, no, we're not doing it.
Is this an out or is this a step forward?
It's an out.
Let me just say that, I mean, one of the reasons we're here, there's a legislative oversight process. There's a governmental process to help deal with potentially rogue or whatever, right? And hopefully that would help curtail some of the concerns that maybe have been expressed through this. In our governmental system in Kansas and elsewhere, there is a process. Hopefully that would help. But some guardrails, it may take a little bit of time and a little bit of hopefully help curtail some of the concerns.
Any further questions for Wyatt? All right, thank you, Wyatt. Appreciate it. I would entertain this RP.
I'll make a motion that we pass out RP 05 amended in section 510.2 by adding after where required by the state fire marshal after completing necessary assessments by an approved vendor.
Okay, and so let me read that back, sir. Where required by the state fire marshal, comma, and,
After completing necessary assessments by an approved vendor.
okay. And we have a motion in a second. Is there a discussion on that motion? Chris? Chris?
Not so much a question, but just, I'm thinking about a lot of what you all have said too with the safety. I'm thinking from the industry perspective too, because you've got the other side of this, that what's in our code is to allow us to work with buildings, to work with architects and engineers and those that are building them. So I know it's kind of I get that it's a dilemma, and I'm trying to think through that a little bit, but it kind of hits on both sides too, because this gives us flexibility to work with that. And it does come down to, yeah, any one of us could be that person that causes the problem. But I do think there's a lot of checks and balances there, because you've got local building, local fire, local industries, design professionals, and the state fire marshal. So you do have a lot of coordination moves in that, if you will, where it can be addressed. So I guess it's a really long-winded way of saying I don't know a better way to do it.
I don't know if this is a problem or not, but does this mean that all of a sudden the existing buildings in the state portfolio could have to install this? Like, we're not giving them like a time frame, or it's kind of similar to like some of the stuff we talked about yesterday, where we knew it was gonna cause like existing buildings to have to make changes.
So if your question is, would my office require every state building to have this, like July 1?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of the
No.
question, but it doesn't say one way or the other,
Yeah.
right? So does it leave it to open for people to worry about that? Do we need to say there's a process for determining that when it's a retroactive thing?
I mean, we could, here's my 2 cents on it, and I'm sorry, just from being in this position, right? It sounds like there's a lot of authority here, but in reality, there's a lot of checks and balances in place. And you have to work with, I guarantee if I went to the Kansas Board of Regents and said, you're gonna have HRSA systems in your buildings, every building by next year, it wouldn't happen, right? So there are checks and balances in place. It's not unlimited authority. I think we could go down into and discuss each possible scenario, but
I
kind of
guess I
have to
was
let
just, how is it different than what we did yesterday with those appliances that were gonna need to be changed out in all of the state-owned apartment buildings on college campuses?
So those are required. We're telling them they're going to have to do that, and we gave them a date, and we gave them an exception and those things. This is we'll see. I'm sorry.
We're saying this is optional.
Yeah, it's, if he determines with those assessments, also though, he could say, you have to do this, it's still a state-owned building. The state agency has a budget. If there's not money in that budget and the legislature does not approve finances for that, they can't move forward with it. So there are numerous checks and balances in that budget line item for the state-owned buildings versus some of our other privately owned.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving on. Amanda, what are we going to next?
We're gonna talk about RP 06.
Hold on a minute. Let's take 10, because it's just a good breaking part, and I don't want to get her 5 minutes into it and stop. So let's take 10 and come back at 9:55, please. get us all back together here. Amanda is really excited to.
Always, oh, it's on. Okay. Okay,
Where are we going to?
recommendation package 6, which covers family child care homes. For many years, the Office of State Fire Marshal had administered a fire and life safety agreement for family child care homes that were located in 1 and 2 family dwellings. This agreement established minimum life safety requirements for these licensed providers, but they were not based or referenced within any code. What this recommendation package does, new regulatory requirements, proposal practices that have already been taking place and ties them to this fire code. So if you turn to the appendix, some initial definitions have been added, one being child safety gate. It's defined now as a protective barrier designed to be installed in doorways, hallways, or at the top, bottom of staircases or other locations to prevent infants, toddlers, and preschool children from leaving a controlled space and accessing hazardous areas. Family child care home has also been added. This is a home-based or commercial facility licensed by the Kansas Environment, which we will need to update to the Kansas Office of Early Child Care, where 1 or 2 providers care for a maximum of 10 to 12 children under 16 years of age. Care is usually provided in the caregiver's residence. However, these facilities may be licensed in commercial occupancies. When these facilities operate within a commercial occupancy, they are inspected as for the occupancy they are located in, which would then be considered a traditional Group I-4 occupancy. If you go down to 203.7.4.5, family child care homes includes custodial 4 to 12 children within a residential building, not classified, zoned, or constructed for commercial occupancy, shall be classified as a Group R3 occupancy or shall comply with the International Code. 603.2.2 electrical outlets in Group I-4. All electrical outlets in Group I-4 facilities that open after the effective date of this code shall be approved tamper receptacles. Any unused electrical outlets in existing Group I-4 facilities shall have a child-resistant protective cover installed. 903.2.6, exception number. An automatic sprinkler system is not required in family child care homes that meet the classification as a Group R3. Basically, what that is stating is that if it is located in a residential 1 and 2 family home, it is not required to be equipped with an automatic sprinkler system. 907.26, exception 3. For Group I-4 family child care homes meeting the Group R3 designation, single station combined smoke detector, smoke alarms that are hardwired to the building electrical or provided with 10-year lithium battery may be utilized instead of a manual fire alarm system. Smoke detector shall be installed in accordance with section 907. 1006.2.2.7, Group I-4 family child care homes, any level utilized for child care services shall be provided with a minimum of 2 separate and remote means of egress, which may with 1031.1 or a door leading directly to the exterior. 1008.2, section 4, dwelling units and sleeping units in Group I-4 family child care homes and Group R occupancies are not required to have the means of egress serving such room or space illuminated at all times the space is occupied. 1010.1.7, exception 2, storm and screen doors serving individual dwelling units in Group I-4 family child care homes R2, R3, and R4 need not be spaced 48 inches from the door. 10.2.4 provides an exception to latches for single exit dwelling or sleeping units of Group I-4 family child care homes. 10.2.16 regarding bathrooms in Group I-4 family child care homes. Every bathroom door shall be equipped with a device that permits the door to be locked from the interior, shall have a mechanism on the exterior that allows it to be unlocked at any time. The unlocking key or device shall be provided at the door. 10.4.3 child safety gates. Child safety gates are permissible in Group I-4 occupancies where all of the following provisions are met. The gates are permanently installed. The gates are side swinging and swing in the direction of egress. The gate latch releases with one motion. Gates shall not be installed within 32 inches of any exterior exit door. 10.16.2, number 7, in Group I-4 family child care homes and Group IR4 occupancies, egress shall not pass through a garage that is utilized in Group I-4 family child care homes and Group R4 occupancies. The required means of egress shall not pass through a space classified or utilized as a garage. And then 10.23.1, which was previously discussed in the residential board and care, has an exception for interior exit stairways in Group I-4 family child care homes that are open to 1 story above and below the level of exit discharge may remain open to the floor. I will stand for any questions.
Go ahead.
I got lots. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So I worked on the mega childcare bill that we passed.
Yes, ma'am.
My first question is, when you're talking about a family childcare home and you're putting in maximum of 10 to 12 kids, does that match the new ratios that we passed in the bill?
It does match the maximum capacities.
Okay.
Yes.
Because that was my one concern, was we have that in statute. So I want
Correct.
to make sure that. So then the other question is, are we bringing this, because we put in some minimum square footage in statute. Is that mirroring this, or are we going above what we put in statute?
That is a great question, but when we look at family child care homes, we're not even going with square footage for state fire marshal. They are permitted to have up to those 12 kids in those 1 and 2 family homes. So we're not taking and improving individual bedrooms, living rooms like we normally would in a child care center where we are applying occupant load factors based upon the building code. We have never done that for family child care homes, and we do not plan to do that. We have not built that into this. So their ratios are specific to child care licensing ratios. Those are not specific to building code ratios.
Okay. And then the last one on the child safety gates. So it has to be, it can't just be like the cheap ones at Walmart that you utilize to keep your dog or your.
Correct, correct.
You have to have it, it has to be, can it be ones that you secure to the wall with no screws? Like where you can just, do the rubber, I don't know.
Tension one?
Yeah. So it has to be completely fixated on the wall.
Yes. And even the ones that are tension set can be screwed into the wall. And the reason for that, I can just speak from my own personal experience going through these homes. I understand that as friendly as I am, I can be intimidating to a provider or a facility. And so there's a little bit of anxiety there. And there have been times where I have walked into family child care homes and asked them to operate the gate, and in their anxiety and in their stress level, they are unable to do so. And then if they are able to do so, you get that kind of fight or flight method, and becomes superhuman strength and all of a sudden they knock it completely off the wall. And if that's the reaction that occurs just from my presence there, that same reaction is going to happen in an emergency situation. So they can be knocked off, and when they are knocked off, they will become a tripping hazard. So that is why we have it specifically written in that it be secured. And by doing it this way, we are essentially making it to where you can have the gates, but they need to function more like a door. It needs to be an installed barrier with a swinging hinge, single motion to operate. That and gates in and of themselves, there is a section within the codes that specifically deals with gates, and it aligns with that when they're talking about those types of gates, they're typically commercial gates, built bigger gates. So what we have done is in order to allow providers to have those smaller child safety gates, these are the provisions that we've built in.
So I believe it said that it needs two means of egress, and you said one of them cannot be through the garage.
Correct.
Is that typical, or is that a new rule? And do you find that very often?
So typically, and great question. So the question was, for those who may not heard, is this a new rule regarding egress through? Keeping in mind homes, we have existed under a fire and life safety agreement, which had very minimal requirements. But one of those requirements was that egress cannot be through a hazardous area. And that's where it left it, is that egress could not take you through a hazardous area. Depending upon who you talk to, a hazardous area has different meanings. And you could talk to one homeowner and they're like, well, all I do is park my car in there. But I could probably talk to any chief of a fire department and say, well, do you feel that that's a concern on your end? And they'd be like, well, okay, you've got a vehicle in there, you've got gasoline. A lot of times there's chemicals, cleaning agents, all of that stuff. So in order to just put a clarifying mechanism in there, that is why that's there.
Do you think that that's too limiting though for what other hazardous areas there might be? Like storage rooms or furnace rooms, or, I mean, I'm just imagining like all the weird things that people do in their homes, right, that could become hazardous in there.
I think that where we're going with this is typically there's not egress through those spaces. Like people, there's furnace rooms that are in the basement. They're not utilizing them with an exit door as their way out. They're going to have storage rooms. They're going to have HVAC rooms and heating rooms. Those typically aren't where we're finding that childcare providers are trying to say that that's one of their required means of egress. But we do find it more commonly that when we go into a single family home, they're utilizing the main entrance as their first. And sometimes they don't have a separate back door. Their back door takes them to the garage. So that is what we are trying to clarify in this case. Okay.
I think expanding on your question, when they do that initial section, if there's exposed furnaces or hot water heaters, that's not gonna pass anyway because they have to be separated from those where the kids can't get in contact with them anyway. So that kind of alleviates that potential problem also.
Correct.
Front door. And then the back door goes to.
Jack.
I think these changes, because as I understand it, you're taking your original policy for family care homes, which is truly intended for a 1 and 2 family dwelling, correct?
Correct.
And trying to embed it into the fire code. Because now we're trying to draw them into an I-4 occupancy. So does that mean these 1 and 2 family homes that are now going family home care now have to meet the criteria of an I-4?
That's why there's all the exceptions that are built in. So an I-4 would require, depending upon where they're providing care, an I-4 would require a sprinkler system. So we've built in an exception that for I-4 family child care homes, they don't have to have a sprinkler system. Or an I-4 is required to have a fire alarm system. We've built in exceptions to where if they are in a 1 and 2 family home, they can have single station that are hardwired in. So the categories, combining them together, in many aspects, because a group I-4 is a childcare center. It's just a childcare center and a commercial occupancy. We are taking those same requirements and where needed to make it applicable and reasonable for a 1 and 2 family dwelling, we have written in exceptions. And the things that have been written in are things that are currently what we are enforcing today through the fire and life safety agreement.
The same,
Yes.
similar kind of comments.
Jack, hold on a minute. I raised my own hand. Jennifer, are you available online?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Jennifer, would you mind speaking to this as far as the Office of Early Childhood? I know our staff has worked with you guys on this. Could you speak to this issue at all?
From what I see, all of this is things that we have already been requiring based on that fire life safety agreement that currently exists. So none of it is a huge change, except maybe the clarification about child safety gates having to be permanently installed versus a pressure gate. But the other issues, no, because we do allow persons to open a facility licensed as a family child care home, but in a commercial building. It is definitely not as common as opening a family child care home in your residence, but it is sometimes, it does happen. And so I think my understanding of the way this is written would be to help clarify requirements when it is a family child care home in a commercial location.
Thank you. And I will say the intent of placing this in the code as it is so that because our local MOU partners are doing some of these inspections. Now this places everyone on the same document. Well, not right now. They aren't. Yeah, they have been doing it. The intent is when we get all these together and we're on the same page is to allow our MOU partners back to doing those. We had to withdraw that because things had gotten so confusing and we were working off, it was causing mass confusion and licensing issues, and we weren't, So hopefully we can get this, if this goes through, we get all this in place, this will be a better relationship with our local partners and make this more clear.
And just expand on what Mark was saying and also what Chad was saying regarding MOU partners is just because a local jurisdiction either is unable to or does not sign into an MOU, again, does not limit their authority to do so on their own. And we have had local jurisdictions, the International Fire Code, to home daycares utilizing the group I-4 occupancy and have required them to be fully sprinklered. And that has been, we've been able to navigate that in some of those instances and have tried to strongly discourage our local partners from doing that. But we have a specific jurisdiction that will require a group I-4 occupancy in a residential home to be sprinklered, or if they're not sprinklered, they have to have direct exit from every room where childcare is being provided. So this helps solve that issue as well. Kylie?
So looking back at that bill that Tori's referring to, I think it was HB 2045, and it says that the Office of Early Childhood is the one that develops and adopts the rules and regs for the operation of these facilities, and it goes through a list of things and includes safety gates. So is there a regulation already adopted there that conflicts with this one on these gates?
Jennifer, did you hear that question?
I did. I do not think that they are in conflict with each other. Where we have a requirement for gates in our childcare regulations is at the top of stairways. They have to be a permanently installed gate so that a child can't just push a pressure gate over and fall down the stairs. We do allow for pressure gates at like the bottom of stairways or to divide off a hallway they don't want children in or something of that nature. But it would seem then that fire would just be adding that extra. If that is a means of egress, it would have to be a swing gate that's permanently installed. And so we would defer to fire firstly. But I think my understanding, and Amanda, you can correct me if I'm wrong, would be that if it's not a means of egress, then they could use a pressure gate to divide off an area if needed. So it doesn't directly conflict our regulations as far as gates go, is how I see it.
If there were a way, so like if you had let's say a door that were leading to a basement and you're not providing childcare there could be a lock on that door. It would not be part of our regulatory oversight. So if it were a space that were 100% isolated, separated to where children are not ever going to be located past a certain point, then we would not have an issue with that. It's in terms of spaces where childcare is being provided and you're using the child gates as a means to maintain kids in a specific area or to keep them away from, going to the next or whatever the case may be. That's where these would come into play.
Just as an example for those in the meeting, we sometimes facilities, home daycares will block off their kitchen with a baby gate, for example, and that might be it may be that the children have to go through the kitchen to get out the back door, which would be your second means of egress. So then there would be further requirements. Right. It's pretty common setup for homes. So we do often work with fire on what's allowed for homes when we first do those inspections.
And I will say in terms of writing these, we hold weekly meetings with Kansas Office of Early Child Care to talk about child care issues. We also are very actively engaged with Child Care Go, and we have been talking about the need to be able to get rid of the fire and life safety agreement and incorporate it more into some sort of legal framework. Yes.
So the definitions in the section 203.745, you're adding the definition of the child care home to the beginning of this chapter. I guess it just seems a little confusing the way that paragraph is worded.
Okay.
And I guess if I'm just double checking my understanding, so the regular part of the code, it basically has a trigger for 5 or fewer persons is the kind of exceptions to the I-4 in the normal part of the code. So we're basically saying we're gonna raise that exception to 12 to let you count it as an R3 up to 12 children.
Right, and we're starting at 4 as well.
Yeah.
Because that's when their regulations come into play.
Okay, and so we're making less restrictive because that's how we've always been doing it.
Correct.
Right, okay. Well, I guess I think the wording is just not super clear there. It just says includes custodial. So the way that those paragraphs are working in that section is trying to help people define when it's meeting that requirement instead of being an I-4. And so this just the phrasing of it doesn't make sense to me. So includes custodial care for 4 to 12 children within a residential building not classified zone or constructed for commercial occupancy shall be classified. So I'm wondering, is there just like a different preposition there? It just seems like not the right.
Some wordsmithing.
Some
maybe on that.
wordsmithing.
Okay, yep,
Absolutely.
we can do that.
Yeah.
Larry,
Minor edit, up above it, it says family child care home as a definition, and child care is one word there, and then down below, on 203.745, that's child care is 2 words.
this is a constant battle within our office.
And I think, Jennifer, in terms of the KODC, is childcare 1 word or 2 words?
The Kansas Office of Early Childhood.
Sorry.
But when you guys,
And I did put a comment in the chat to make sure that when we're changing KDHE to Kansas Office of Early Childhood, and then recent rate changes changed the provider's own children under 10 years of age instead of 11 years. So I put that in the meeting chat just to help with clarity. But it's Kansas Office of Early Childhood, and honestly, as far as child care, we see it both ways, but we typically separate it into 2 words.
Perfect.
Microsoft Word doesn't like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't think that ICD like that either, but it's okay.
Yeah.
We will fix it.
So what's the definition at the top of the page versus the one that's getting embedded?
It's just included in the definitions itself, because that's a new term, family child care home, so we added it to the definitions.
So that would be in chapter 2 of the document.
The verbiage as defined in 207.75, but what's at the top of the page is different than what's at the bottom of the page, right?
Because the one that's at the top of the page is embedded within all of the definitions for a variety of different things. It's just meant to be a clarifier. This is what family child care home does. Versus what you're seeing down below, if it's not, there is requirements there that they conduct their own self-inspection basis. And when we, like if we do something like that, we go out. What we typically find is that on their initial approval, that was never approved. But over time, they have shifted towards that. And in those cases, when we go back out to do complaints, we do investigate this. But as it's, if that were a new facility and we were to go out there to inspect it, if their second means of egress was through a garage, we would not approve that. And that is for the safety of your children. Now, there are other ways that they can meet that. They can have a compliant egress window. Now, does that mean that they're not going to in order to get to the backyard, they're not going to go through the window to get to the backyard? We understand that. But a second compliant egress window would meet the requirements of the second means of egress. And so you may have a front door and you may have a back window or another window somewhere remote where that could be a compliant secondary means of egress. They may still use that garage door to go in and out to, get to the backyard, to get to the playground. That just can't be the compliant secondary means. And we have that conversation with providers all the time. Say, again, and they'll say, this is our second means of egress. That's me. Our inspectors carry tape measures. They will go through and they will do their best to try to establish what a second compliant means of egress would be. And then they will talk to providers about that and say, here's your main, here's your second. Granted, we understand that you're not going to be crawling in and out of this window day after day to get to the back door. That's not the intent. But for egress in an emergency, if needed, this is an option. Can you use the garage to go out and play in the playground? That's functionality. Do we want them doing that? No.
I get what you're saying. I just am really, I'm a senator, my parents own this business, and I'm also a realtor, everybody. So, and I say that because so many homes, you go through the garage, and I'm very, very concerned if there's not a grandfather again clause, or if there's not something that we're going to be hurting these childcare providers when we need childcare providers. And I want to have this discussion.
Sure.
Because I get where you're coming from, but I'm really concerned about it.
Well, and it is already provided. This is not something new. We have already been enforcing this through our fire and life safety agreement, because again, it states that you cannot egress through a hazardous area. So even if it was 2 months ago and we walked in to a family child care home, this would have been discussed then. I think that in terms of putting it in black and white and putting it in the code, I understand, but it's also, we've been enforcing this whole time.
But 13 years ago, maybe not,
I can't
when
speak-
they started.
I can't speak to
I mean,
13 years ago.
I'm using that as an example though, where a lot of these providers have been here for years. And if you're saying that because I'm looking too, like the one that I have, she actually rents her home, so she's not gonna put in another door. Her
Right.
landlord's not gonna say, you're not gonna do this. So that's just
Correct.
I'm just, I
And-
love discussion from other people or questions or.
And I will say that this isn't exclusive to family child care homes as well. We run into this with residential boarding cares, where we have individuals with exceptionalities. They also have to have means of egress. They're in 1 and 2 family homes. They are not allowed to egress through hazardous spaces, which include garages. And in some of those cases, where they don't want to install another door and they don't have egress windows. In some of those cases, they have built fully compliant separation walls where it looks more like a mudroom or something that can provide some sort of separation between that pathway and where they're storing vehicles. We've had some childcare providers where they have completely removed the functionality of itself and have put up walls over the garage door and completely removed. So that there's options that we work through with them, but it is certainly to family childcare homes even.
Larry?
I kind of I have shared the concerns a little bit, just because I understand what you're saying, why you're thinking about what it just seems carte blanche saying you can't go through a garage. I can fully understand there are garages that you would look at and say, oh my gosh, it is a hazardous area, and then there are garages where there isn't much of anything in their hazards. And so just to have a carte blanche ban on it, and even if they, the example here of her child care provider, no, they aren't surveyed again, but does that affect insurability if now it's in the code where that is not an acceptable means? Or does that affect her homeowner's insurance or ability to get kind of liability insurance? Would be a question.
Yeah, I would assume so. Could we hear from Jennifer with Office of Early Childhood?
Please. Jennifer, are you there?
I am. I guess I am aware that this is not really a change, I guess would be the only comment I have. We have, it's not our licensing regulation to enforce, but our licensing specialists are generally aware of it and would let fire know if there was a concern or a question about the use of a garage and if the exit meets fire requirements. But beyond that, it's not regulatory for us. It's regulatory to have a secondary means of egress, but we don't specify in regulation what route that is. And of course, we would be looking at hazards not being accessible to children. So we try to work together with that, but we don't have a specific regulation about not going through a garage. It would be that if the kids are going to walk through there to go to the outdoor play area, they need to have things locked up. Like, for example, if they have pesticides or gasoline cans or something of that nature in their garage, they would need to be locked or, kept out of reach of children.
And that would be consistent with code, because code doesn't say you can't egress through your garage. Code says that can't be your planned egress, or it can't be the accepted egress. You have to have others. If something happens to the house, the whole backside blows off, and the garage is the only way out, you're going out the garage. But that can't be your planned exit.
I just have a question. So do most of the homes you go into then have that option for a window, and you guys, are you finding in a lot of these that there's just no option? Or are you able to always work through and find a solution?
We are always able to work and find a solution. Again, it just takes some proactive discussions on our behalf, but I can't think of instances where we have had to say, no, absolutely not have childcare in this space. We found some alternatives.
Amanda, would you mind?
I would agree with Amanda's assessment. We haven't closed anyone over this that I'm aware of, at least not in the last 10 years.
Just in general, what egress window, kind of what the requirements are, just in general for that?
So an egress window is designed for predominantly, it's got specific measurements, and I can't think of like off the top of my head, but they are sized to be able to accommodate our emergency responders and all of their gear. So sometimes we run into questions where they're like, I have a window, it functions, it exits, but it's a small window. If our first responders with their gear can't get through that window and provide rescue, then it doesn't meet those requirements. But it's a fully openable window from the inside. There's limitations on how high the window seal can be from the bottom. I believe that's 44 inches. And then, obviously on the flip side, you don't want to have to subject them to a 20-foot drop on the other side. There's limitations as to how high it can be from the ground on the exterior side. And then in terms of the window opening, again, I would have to get the exact measurements, but it's approximately maybe 6.5 feet total opening width. Molly, can you?
Must equal or exceed 5.7 square feet.
There you go.
It's a pretty standard residential window, I would say. I mean,
Yes.
most houses have plenty of them.
Yes.
If you're in a basement, which wouldn't have been a condition probably met anyway, that's usually where people can't get those windows to work.
Correct.
Because you're up high trying to get a small window.
So usually we are able to find a secondary compliance window that will meet this. Again, it may not look like what we use that day in, day out. It's just an option. It's a secondary.
Emergency.
Yes.
Chris?
Sorry, Amanda, but that one that I did have is, some local jurisdictions, I know ours does, includes the 30" by 48" for that window in that paragraph. So, I mean, just something to point out. I know you've got the dimensions of the places, but.
Sure.
Any further questions? Oh, go ahead, Jack.
Section 90726, exception number 3. You use the word smoke detector and smoke alarm when I think you're talking about truly childcare home, 1 and 2 family dwelling type. Should smoke detector be smoke alarm in all occasions? You can't have a single station combined smoke detector.
But they're also allowed to have 10-year lithium ion batteries, so that's not the only option. I think we are putting that in there to give them options.
So my question is, smoke detector or smoke alarm? A smoke detector has to be connected to a fire alarm panel. If it's not connected to a fire alarm panel, it is a smoke alarm.
We can clarify.
Chris?
Yeah, so, sorry, back on my last one, so you do not see a conflict then if local codes are saying 30 by 48, you still see that as, you don't see any issues with that if that's included in a local, as part of that paragraph as a local amendment? Yeah, because I think,
Right.
I think that would.
As long as the local amendment doesn't dip below,
Yeah.
then we are fine.
And then on the next paragraph, 10.812, and then just to clarify for the group, so any parts of this where you see the 9s and the 10s, those duplicate in the building code. So that's why you will have a lot of, every jurisdiction will have this in 2 places, those follow those codes. So while not directly related to your childcare, ours and other jurisdictions on the number reduce that to 100 feet for storage units. Just again, FYI. So I don't see that there would be a conflict because that's more restrictive.
Correct.
It's just something to consider with that. And then on 4, where you have added a group by 4 family care specifically, I'm wondering about the verbiage groups are occupancies. So are you meaning just across all our occupancies, or was that intended to be 1, 2, and 3?
It was intended to be all our occupancies, but it's also limited to the dwelling units and the sleeping units. So if you,
Yes.
so like it wouldn't be for common corridor and public spaces.
Okay, yeah, because we specified R1, R2, and R3 groups just to be specific. I don't, again,
right.
There's something out there to consider.
Yep. Any further questions for Amanda or Jennifer for that matter? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I entertain a motion so we can start discussion on Where are we on here? We're not on H. 6. Oh, 6 on package number 6. You have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt recommendation number 6.
Moved
Second.
and seconded by Megan. All right, discussion. Ma'am?
I feel like I'm beating a dead horse, but I really want everyone else's input. Is anybody else concerned about number 7? That's just the only thing. And I'm saying that because like I'm texting my provider right now and she said she's been doing it in her house for 15 years. And that is her second means. And yes, there is the window, but I go up 5 steps to get to her house. That's quite a drop. So it's just, I'm really, I know that they said that it's been talked about, so forth, but we have providers who've been doing this for 15 years, and then we're gonna throw this in there. I think that really, really worries me. And so that's just my, and I wanna hear it from the rest of the group on it.
Oh, sorry. Good, Sharon.
I mean, and I agree with that. And whether you look at a grandfathering or in the fire people are gonna throw something at me. I mean, is there a huge safety, and I'm a lawyer, I'm not a fireman, is there a huge safety risk if the garage is just used for storage and parking of a vehicle? So you're not repairing vehicles there, you're not running something else out of your garage. If we already have, and I'll look to Jennifer, who raised my kids, and I'm not gonna ask her if she had two means of ingress or egress, I don't remember. But.
Aw.
Yeah. I share those concerns. And I think you have 2 ways to fix it. Is a garage a hazardous, whatever the term was, garages that just I park my car? Or do you want to do a exemption? But I kind of share those concerns. And you have a lot of home daycares that are not going to comply with this. And I agree, the state fire marshal's never going to know until there's a fire. I also share your concern that if I'm a licensed daycare provider and I know I'm violating a rule or statute or regulation, I may have issues with my insurance.
And sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna maybe
sorry.
have a counterpoint. I think that what if we left it as hazardous areas? Because then it's up to the fire official to determine if it seems hazardous, right? Is that how it's been done before? Amanda or Mark?
That's how it's been done.
You
I
would
think
just
we were just.
decide if you walked through there and you thought it looked hazardous?
Hold on here. Got a number of hands, so I'm trying to keep track of them all here. Will.
I guess my question is, if you're able to secure the garage area so that you have, but there's no access to, where the vehicle is and other things like that, does that solve some of the problem on the hazardous side? Because I'm thinking about a garage and you go out the door, the door goes way out here, and then you've got the garage, and you secure that so that kids can go that way, does that reduce some of the hazard levels?
Aren't we like explosive things like your car is just like a big, like a thing waiting to explode when the fire gets to it, right? So it's dangerous. Don't we not want that to be on fire?
Yeah. So sorry, Jane. I don't mean to. I got some other folks here. That's where you were.
Oh, I was just saying on the insurance thing, I mean, we're already struggling with now insurance providers not allowing home daycare providers to have insurance, which is becoming an issue everywhere. And so one more thing is gonna struggle with home providers. So I just want to throw that in there.
Thank you. Chad?
I was just gonna point out, it's been mentioned a couple times, but just clarify one more time. It's the general intent of the code in other areas that as a general rule, the code does not typically allow egress through a more hazardous area than you are currently in. And I think what they're trying to do here is just trying to clarify that a little more to more applicable to a residential setting that is the hazardous area of concern.
Jeff?
So, excuse me, just to kind of clarify what you asked, in a practical sense, and the hazard zone doesn't speak to this, but in a real world situation, using the garage door as means of egress or for a fire company to get in, number one, often when a fire happens, the power goes out immediately. So you're not getting to the button to get the door in. And if the provider is incapacitated, a child can't reach the button anyway. Then the second option would be to pull the string, or maybe it doesn't have the garage door opener. But to expect a kid to go lift a garage door is probably not realistic. And then for the firefighters to go make entry, it's delayed going through a garage door if that's your only way to get in. So just, again, I know that doesn't speak to the hazard, the gasoline and all that stuff in the code, but that's the real world, application to it.
Jack?
As with every provision in the code, if there's a deficiency, you can always lean on 104.2.3, which allows you to put together an alternative solution. Alternative methods, designs, and materials to come up with a solution, and retaining a design professional to say, hey, what's my alternatives? I don't have 2 exits, so what can I do that is somewhat equivalent? So that's an alternative, short of cutting in a whole brand new rule. Maybe it's
Thank you.
early warning detection, maybe it's, I don't know, you gotta see, understand the situation.
Tori?
I wanna go.
Oh,
sorry.
Jennifer,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Mike. I apologize. Go ahead, Jennifer.
No. Oh, I was just gonna say, and maybe this is or isn't relevant, but, I surveyed childcare facilities for 7 years before coming to work for the state in the last 10 years. And, in my experiences, we typically don't see this very often in newer homes. It's really your older, smaller homes that maybe weren't built, with those secondary exits. So, I do understand the concerns raised about it, but it's rare, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We don't see this as an issue very often. It is fairly rare that this comes up, because most homes would have a sliding glass door to the backyard or some kind of door off the kitchen to the backyard instead of having to go through a garage. So we generally don't have a huge issue with this. So I just kind of wanted to make sure we're, yes, we need to talk about it, and I understand the concerns, but it's really, in the broad scheme of things, a fairly small issue that we don't deal with very often.
I mean, it's a small issue, but still an issue. So, I also
Right.
want to say too, I didn't even think about that. I guess I'm thinking in my situation of, there's a garage door, to get outside, again, I'm utilizing my situation. Door, and then there's another door. It's not the garage door, it's the actual, so that, what you said makes complete sense. I totally get that. But if there's a walk-through door, and like what Will was saying, what do we gotta do to make sure that this portion is not hazardous? It's just, I'm really, and I get the whole egress side too of a window, but I'm also sitting here thinking, I'm not going through a window. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going through a window. If it's my only way out, I'll figure it out. But
You'll go through a window.
yeah.
So to that point, we talked about how we never had to close a facility for this. If that is their only way out, typically our conversations revolve around, you can't park a vehicle there during childcare hours. And so excluding them from utilizing it as garage, and we make them remove all chemicals and all storage, where it's essentially during the hours of operation, it is an open, it's just a room. And so if they are able to achieve that, then we typically enter into some sort of agreement in that case. But we would not, as we were going out, if we have to park this car here and it's gonna be here during the day, we would be looking for some other method. But just because it's a garage, if we can take away its functionality of a garage during those childcare
we would be okay.
And Chris, I'll get you on the list here. Staff asked me to just make sure everyone also kept in mind that this is not retroactive. So anything that's been licensed up to this date would continue under the prior, or licensed up before this is in place, would go on those hazardous condition, right? This would just clarify it moving forward from whenever this. Robert?
The comments in the past section about fire marshal make me not want to lean on the current tendency towards flexibility in arrangements that don't exist on that also functions under the statutory exemption request or undue hardship. Possibly a reference in this section to directly point people who want to seek relief for the section to seek exemption under the statute, cite the statute, just point them straight to it so that if they look at it, they know right away, look, that's a paper process. You write a variance request, you submit it to your approval. They can submit that to insurance that have on for future inspections. We've directly pointed the path to relief to business owners so that they can get that taken care of without having to read the rest of the code necessarily if they lost it.
We'll make a note of that.
I would like to add that as a,
No, I'm sorry, Daniel. I just want to make sure that we're being fair to everybody. Larry?
Well, I think, like, I agree with what Chad said, you're not supposed to go through a more hazardous area. But Amanda just showed there's a way to make it to where it's not a more hazardous area. So if, like what Robert said, if there's a way to reference that or in some way to show that it isn't just carte blanche, you can't go out of garage, but you can't go out a more hazardous area. If there's a way to make that garage not a more hazardous area, we should be able to write that in there. So I think we're achieving what.
Well, maybe, you're working the statute on the state fire marshal, just make sure the state fire marshal has to have common sense as part of their requirements, right?
I mean, they are Senate confirmed, but.
Because a lot of, just as a side comment, what I've learned in this office in the last 2.5 years, and I was not a code person for this, right? I'm law enforcement, I'm fire department operations, I'm hazmat, I'm boots on the ground guy. So, but what I've learned is there's a lot of room within the code to work and a way to find a way forward. So that's how we operate. But I can see the concern with the other side of it because there is that much. It comes down to making sure that we're very careful about this isn't just a throwaway position, that we put someone in these positions who has common sense and can work with others. But that's just me. I mean, Okay, I'm sorry, Chris.
Oh, go ahead, Danielle.
Oh, okay, Danielle.
I was just gonna kind of add on that point that I don't think what's written down aligns with the practices of the office. And I think to help facilitate that kind of moving forward, right, long after any of us are in these seats anymore, I do think kind of codifying that in the code, to your point, directly point them to there are alternatives, I think would help alleviate some of the concerns. Because we get some of those questions too, and I'd rather people start at the point of let's talk about the alternatives instead of coming into the office crying because they've already notified people that they have to shut down because red code, and I would like to say that stuff doesn't happen, but it does happen. It happens all the time. So I think if we can show them kind of the path forward here, that would benefit all of us who are doing this work.
Yeah, that was, when Amanda said that, I was going, yeah, that was well said, that there's a way in code to make it not be a garage. Yeah, but how do you put, yeah, I was gonna say that, kind of bring that up, and you all said it much better and to depth, how do we get that language in the code that just shows that you have that because physically, yes, we can make the garage a safe zone. How do you get that language in the code is the challenge.
I was just saying, Mr. Chair, can we maybe do our 10-minute recess to allow us time to figure out what this language needs?
I think that's her hint saying I haven't given you a break.
Yeah,
So,
you're not doing your
Yeah,
job.
yeah. So let's go ahead and take a break, and with that in mind, let's come back in at time. Let's come back at 11:15 with that in mind, please. Thank you. Oh, Chad's up, sorry.
Just keep in mind, I won't forget what I was gonna say.
I'm just saying, I forgot who you were. It was pointed out to me that I have neglected part of my duties here, and that we have a member that joined us today, and I did not ask him to introduce himself. And I appreciate that he's been giving us some good insight from his position. So Jeff, would you mind kind of telling everybody about yourself?
Yeah, my name's Jeff Lane. I'm a fire captain in Kingston, Kansas. I've been with the job there almost 20 years. I also serve as business manager for the IFF Local 64 at Kansas City. I was asked to be part of the committee, so here I am.
Welcome.
Yes, welcome, and appreciate your viewpoint from that. All right, so back on the motion, we have a motion to adopt the recommendation that's seconded. Discussion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
That the amendments be passed with the addition of the following language to 10:16.2. Providers may seek an exception from these provisions in accordance with KSA 31-136.
Who's the original maker of the amendment? I'm sorry.
Chad?
Okay. Second, who seconded?
Me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so if it's a friendly amendment? Any questions on the amendment or discussion?
I have one just terminology point. Will occupancies be better than providers? Just because that's a word used throughout the.
And that's fine. So it's occupants.
Occupancies.
Occupancy. Okay. And I accept that.
Could you repeat the language again?
So occupancies may seek an exception from these provisions in accordance with KSA 31-136 and amendments thereto. What?
Getting the thumbs up from the attorneys, so it meets their standards. Any further discussion on the motion amendment? Jack.
So I go back to my comment, I think this is gonna be very confusing to the local people of how it's to be enforced, and I think it would be a lot cleaner if we had a group I-5 and it was all covered under I-5.
Chad.
Okay, I'm just gonna make a general observation that, we keep migrating towards some of these, what I would classify as a what-if scenario. And at the end of the day, the code is written in black and white, but we live in a gray world. And a code official, really, their job is to navigate through the intent of the code. What is the intent of the code and how do we meet the intent of the code? That's why if you look at the International Fire Code itself, there's two different editions that are printed. One is the standard edition, and one of the edition has commentary. And the code commentary specifically spells out for each section of the code that they have developed, what is the intent of that code to help that code official navigate how do you meet the intent of that code? Or what were the code writers looking for when they developed this code? And so we can't write the code to accommodate every single situation. At the end of the day, you're reliant on your officials, your code officials, to navigate that and as Amanda said, make those agreements on how do we meet the intent of the code.
Thank you. Danielle.
I've got a note.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Thomas Carmona. My understanding is keeping you guys from trying to be brief and concise.
And you're talking about?
Yes, I am covering recommendation proposal number 8, that is cooking equipment. Cooking fires continue to be one of the leading causes of structure fires within the country. With the updating of the Kansas Fire, we are attempting to bring things further in line with consistency and as well as update them with new technologies such as UL listed and ventless cooking appliances. Let's see here. So we are also seeking to provide practical pathways for compliance for currently existing non-conforming facilities. We will see that in Appendix A when we get to the exceptions. One of the concerns that we do understand that our local partners may have would be growing beyond the guidelines, such as a smaller facility that does qualify for an exception may not qualify the next time we're in that facility to alleviate those. We do routinely inspect all facilities. We have enhanced our relationship with the Department of Agriculture as well. We are providing training to their staff. They are providing some to ours. That is, so we are hopeful to catch any such cases as this. If you would please direct your attention to Appendix A. That first section there in the red, number 5, existing commercial cooking equipment utilized for limited commercial cooking shall be allowed to remain in service without a Type 1 hood, provided the following. There is a list below of letter requirements that they will need to meet should they wish to continue an operation without a Type 1 hood, as far as in terms of commercial cooking. This exception comes from our office has a past practice of issuing variances for facilities that meet all of these requirements or set out to meet all of these requirements so that they may continue an operation. The reason we do this is because 85% of our state is smaller rural communities. Many of these are, single small owned facilities, restaurants, things of that nature. They do not have necessarily the resources to come up to complete code compliance with the 2024 International Fire Code as it is adopted. This seeks to alleviate some of that burden from them to allow them to continue an operation. Many of these places may be the only, such as diners, breakfast locations, diners or breakfast locations for the communities in which they are in. That is why they exist. Each of the listed requirements exists to bring them up to as close as possible to meet the same protection standards as current adopted code or a type of system, as close as we can get them without having that. And the next one, number 6, existing non-compliant commercial cooking equipment utilized for educational, instruction, therapy, fraternal solutions, and other non to continue service until such a time that non-compliant equipment is or replaced. This is targeted at home ec classrooms and schools. This is targeted at nursing homes that use their residential cooktops to help with mobility, to help with therapy, things of that nature, in places where, again, non-commercial cooking is taking place. This means there will be significantly less of it, and it will be of a significantly less grease-laden variety, typically. The next section, section 7, electric, ventless, or recirculating pizza ovens installed in the UL 710B and manufacturer documentation shall not be required to have a Type 1 hood where combustible material is not stored within 10 feet of the oven. This is a Kansas-specific thing. We are seeing a lot of these, as long as they are in accordance with UL solutions, and as long as the manufacturer documentation, as long as they meet the, as long as they meet the installation requirements of their manufacturer documentation and are compliant and B, they are not required. Appliances used solely for non-commercial purposes may be permitted. The non-commercial domestic cooking appliances shall be equipped with a residential kitchen hood suppression system. For 904.15, the domestic cooking facilities, domestic cooktops, and ranges utilized for commercial cooking operations shall be protected with a Type 1 hood suppression system or in accordance with section 904.15.1, with the exception number 1, existing domestic cooktops and ranges utilized for limited commercial cooking shall be in service provided the following. The facility has a Class K fire extinguisher that is serviced as required by this code. The cooking equipment must be cleaned monthly with documentation kept on site. The cooking of foods that produce grease or grease-laden vapor shall be limited to serving 10 occupants per day, or commercial cooking is limited to 1 day per week. And 1 standalone 10-year lithium smoke detector must be installed approximately 20 feet from the equipment. Exception 2, domestic cooktops used for instructional, therapeutic, or Other non-commercial purposes are not required to be protected by an automatic fire extinguishing. This in many ways mirrors closely to section 5, just with the change from commercial to domestic in terms of the cookware. Now for 904.15.2, prohibited domestic cooking equipment. Portable cooking appliances, including hot plates, electric skillets, countertop grills, and similar cooking devices shall not be used in occupancies where a commercial cooking hood and automatic fire extinguishing system is required by this code. Portable cooking appliances shall not be used in sleeping rooms, dormitory rooms, hotel guest rooms, or similar spaces not specifically designed and approved for cooking purposes, with 2 exceptions. Exception 1, portable cooking appliances shall be permitted within dwelling units of R2 occupancies, group R3 occupancies, and 1 and 2 family dwellings. Number 2, portable cooking appliances shall be permitted within sleeping units or suites with the building code and this code. It is our agency's recommendation that we adopt this, and I will now stand for questions.
Thomas, if you could, just to set an underline, would you clarify the difference between a domestic cooking and a commercial cooking operation?
Sure. So a commercial cooking operation, typically you're looking at commercial fryers, the multi-section fryers where you have the baskets that go down into them. They're very different. A commercial cooktop, range cooktop, typically much larger, typically draws significantly more power versus a commercial one, which is the standard 4-burner top. You're looking at oven, stove top situation. A commercial cooktop, commercial cooking equipment such as those frying apparatuses, or the commercial range cooktop, that is going to require a commercial type 1 hood, unless you meet the exceptions in the code. And a domestic one would require a residential hood, which is typically smaller, typically has less nozzles on it for the, I apologize, I am blanking on the word, but the extinguishment apparatus, typically they would have less nozzles that would be spraying foam or water on that fire than a commercial hood. Suppression, yes, thank you so much.
Robert.
It's, Thomas, just quick kind of definitional expansion on the point you just made. How do you know when you're in between? The exception 5 that you added says limited commercial cooking, which seems to be falls somewhere between what you described as domestic and somewhere what you described as commercial. I'm just trying to figure out how a occupancy would know it's that, as opposed to kind of the somewhat nebulous boundaries of the other two.
Are you speaking in terms of domestic or commercial cooking, or domestic and commercial cooking equipment?
Cooking. So how do you know you hit limited commercial cooking as opposed to commercial cooking or domestic?
Commercial cooking is you are cooking it in terms of, I am going to sell this to a paying customer. Domestic is you're looking at something like, I'm making this for residents. I am like something of that nature, where it is not a public coming in, public going out with food.
So what makes it limited versus not limited?
Limited.
Exception can apply.
So the limited would be the number or the amount of days open. That would be the 10 people per day or 1 day per week.
Are you speaking to 904.15?
I'm in 606.2, exception 5.
And I think, sir, in answer to your question, one of us clarifies it as such. So if they come to us between the fire marshal and the building department, we verify that they meet the criteria and authorize them.
Because the list below
Authorize them
seems
to
to be a
follow.
mix of things that could possibly qualify as limited cooking, or things you have to do to stay, or once you qualify as limited cooking. So it's, the mix below isn't quite criteria you meet and or things you have to do afterwards. It's a mix of both, so it's not clear what it indicates to me. That's all.
So yeah, and it's a great point because it is challenging on both sides.
Chad, I think to those points, to date, the last day and a half, we've been adding a few definitions, but this one seems to be just hanging there. I think that's the basis of the question is, where's the true definition? Limited cooking.
Yes. We have obviously commercial cooking, domestic cooking are defined already in the IFC.
But we're adding a new, what did we add?
Is that the intent of 5, to say that there is a category called limited commercial cooking that is allowed? Or are you really just saying you can do commercial cooking if you have these following provisions, A, B, C, D, F, and G met?
The way that it is written there is that the existing commercial cooking equipment utilized for limited commercial cooking, we are seeking to keep it to, if you are meeting all of these requirements, you are still allowed to perform limited commercial cooking. We will need
So
to.
limited is something different than full. In this.
Danielle?
It's the definition C, limited commercial cooking is if you're limiting the restaurant to 49 occupants, and then the rest of the items are the things that you need to do in order to comply with that definition.
That would not be something I would feel comfortable confirming at this moment. It is something I would probably need to.
I would
double check on.
I would say no, that alone, because if you look at 606.2 where we're talking about, if you also look at 904.15 in the exceptions, it talks about limited commercial cooking, but it has some different standards there. So I think it's a fair question and a fair issue that we'll need to address. Sharon?
Same would be true with exception 6 and 606.2. 6 says therapy, and you indicated physical therapy. I think you want to tighten that up, otherwise everybody can do some sort of therapy somewhere. Whatever. And you use therapeutic in 904.15. I just think if we're talking about a term, we need to be consistent, and therapy is way too broad. I could drive a truck through that, so. Not that the city of Wichita would ever drive a truck through, but you could.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking the wrong way.
I don't want to jump too far ahead if there's other questions, but I was wondering if someone could tell me how 904.15.2 relates to what we talked about yesterday, section 323, on cooking appliances and state-owned student housing.
Did you you understand the question?
I do understand the question, yes. I would need to double check on the state-owned RP. Do not have that in front of me.
So part of, and that was part of one of the questions that was asked yesterday, is why we aren't applying those temperature limiting devices across all occupancies. And that would be what this would be doing, is we're not trying to apply that across all occupancies. That is specific to our state-owned building, that we're trying to take a more proactive initiative to deal with the issue prior to, having something happen. So we are looking at applying that additional requirement to those state-owned properties. So we're not looking at applying that requirement to all occupancies across the state.
But I think I get what you're asking is, so what this does is take those electric skillet, hot plate, those things that were in that, and it expands it also to other institutions. So Baker University, private school, would be required not be allowed to have cooking appliances in a dorm room. Yeah, please.
And so in the case of, in the second paragraph there, is dormitory rooms, the exceptions here that are offered, they would be compatible with, a student housing facility on state property, and how this is explicitly laid out, what it's asking.
So we should have some sort of a reference there for state property. Okay. We get that. Give me a second here. Go ahead, Jack.
904.15, D says 10-year lithium smoke detector. Once again, same comment.
Okay.
Have been filed.
Smoke detectors are connected to a panel.
Actually, on that one, sorry, but, I'm concerned about smoke. Smoke alarms in kitchens are bad. We're thinking that it probably needs to, and I'm gonna lean on fire experts for the right way to say that, it probably needs to be like, a protection system, an authorized protection system, a design system, something not to say a smoke alarm, but to say that, 'cause I don't know if distance fixes the problem there too, but what we don't want to do is allow or encourage a smoke alarm in a kitchen, correct? So, and I know that was one of the concerns a few of us had when we read that, is that, that would allow, if you will, for lack of a better term, put a smoke alarm in the kitchen. Now, and it says approximately 20 feet, so does that mean it has to be approximately, it has to be approximately 20 feet, right? Not closer, not farther, as close as you can get it. So I effort there to fix the problem, but.
If I may make a suggestion on this, we're coming up on lunch. We're not there yet. I haven't seen them roll in, so we can't stop. But maybe allow our staff to look at that and come up with some alternate language that would take care of some of these issues. I'm sure there's very standard language out there about placement in kitchens and that sort of thing. And come back after the lunch break with that.
Could they do a limited commercial cooking experiment in front of us? So we
Oh.
can see?
Yeah, and maybe we get, and a definition of limited, we could kind of grasp what they can come back with a definition of that. And that, now, we won't make you do the demonstration. Well, is Thomas, I hear he's quite the chef, so.
Carmona sounds like it.
Carmona, yeah, you make something, some good Italian food for us? Okay, sorry. What, was there a other discussion? Jack?
So as I see it, all three of these generating exceptions to allowing kitchen hood systems or use thereof, just like 905 or 90415, you got a domestic stove getting commercial cooking operations, but you're not having to comply if you meet those requirements. And every one of those exceptions, I'm not clear, do I have to meet every one of those requirements or just one of those? Following domestic cooktops and ready to use by the limited commercial cooking shall be allowed to remain in service provided the following. So does that mean I gotta meet all of the following?
Yeah.
One of them?
Yes.
A, B, C, and D.
Yes, that is with section 904.15. Number one is the existing commercial cooking shall be allowed to remain in service provided the following. And then that A, B, C, and D are all considered the following. They are considered in that section of 904.15.1, which kind of says you have to meet everything on this list to continue an operation.
I think it should be clarified to say all of them.
Yeah, a drafting point should be a semicolon after each of those subsections, and the last one after C should be semicolon and. That will tell you then it's a all-inclusive list, not one you can pick and choose from.
Yep.
That's for all of them, all those exceptions. So where did these exceptions come from? I assume
Yep.
they're from existing.
So I was just about to give, I think you and I spoke about this before too. So the example we gave when we were going around the state talking about this specific was out here in Alma. We have a bakery that makes baked goods 6 days a week. And on Friday mornings, every Friday morning, they cook up 2 pounds of sausage. It's there until it runs out. And that's the only time in their restaurant or their bakery. So this would allow them to continue doing what they're doing and what our agency has permitted them to do under variance for years in those limited instances and still serve their community. I hear it's really good. I hear it's really good. I haven't made it out there yet, but I hear it's good stuff. So that's the sort of thing we're dealing with in our very, very limited rural areas. I mean, it could be something in Topeka, but they're doing it once a week in a very limited fashion. And going to them and telling them they need to install a type 1 kitchen hood and extinguishing system. I'm assuming those are expensive. It just isn't fair. So that's why this specifically 904.15, that's what we're specifically talking about there. Jane.
I don't think I understand exactly what 6062.1 is trying to say. So is it I actually don't know what kind of suppression system goes in a residential hood. That's a thing. It's a different kind of suppression for a residential hood. So it's saying we have to have that. At what time do we have to have that, I guess? What's the trigger for meeting that?
I'm looking at 606.2.
Go ahead, Chad.
So in the code, 606.2, precipitating that a type 1 hood, where required, a type 1 hood shall be installed at or above all commercial cooking appliances and domestic cooking appliances used for commercial purposes that produce grease vapors. And then it lists off 4 exceptions. So then this would follow behind that.
So it's not one of the exceptions because it's out at 6062.1, right?
This would be the next bullet point behind the exceptions.
Oh, okay. Is that one of theirs, or is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's actually centered around the.
So they're to come up, which we go through. We are, and Robert can probably speak better to this than I can, and Jerry. These are amendments that the State Fire Marshal's Office has approved in the past by a local jurisdiction. And we are, because they've been approved in the past, we must include them in the new code. Is that kind of the gist of it? They're under the Administrative Act. We already approved these for a local entity.
I have to get back together.
I could understand that. I guess I'm thinking like when you adopt it into the main code, then it has to make sense for everyone else too, right?
I agree. Well, let us find out again. We'll report back on exactly what the background of that is.
Okay.
But there are a number of things. Is that for you guys?
Well, that's, see, like, I've got, we want to look at those on the break too, because I've got our amendments that we use. That's, we have amendments, and that's where these are coming from. They've been consolidated there, and yeah, to the previous discussion. So, a lot of what we see with these are churches that heat up food or maybe have a quarterly fundraiser event or something like that. But it's by definition commercial because you're serving the public, but it's not meeting the definition of a daily commercial cooking that requires that level of protection and venting and all of that. So it gives us the option. You come in, say, here's what we've got in our kitchen. You're mainly going to be talking to the fire marshal. If you get a building permit, you're talking to both of us. You're saying, here's what's going on in the kitchen. Here's our use, etc. If I only do this, we say, yep, meet all these criteria, and you can have that level of commercial operation without having a commercial hood.
It just probably needs to be like an exception. So the numbering of this paragraph maybe belongs at 0.5 instead of 6062.1, right?
Actually, 8.
There's 4 exceptions already listed in the main code, so would this be the 5th one?
Well, it'd be
They've added 5, 6, 7 since it's
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Just thinking about how we have agencies that work together on, does any of this pertain to Department of Ag with their food licensing, or do we have any issue, or have you guys gone with them, or does it not affect them at all?
So the long and the short answer of that is the Kansas Department of Ag is in there in terms of health. So they are looking at grease disposal, they're looking at food handling preparations, they're not looking at the suppression side. But through our collaboration with them, we have educated them, and so they do know what those requirements are. They are aware that if they walk in and there's a red tag hanging on a pull station, they can identify that means that something's wrong. And so as their surveyors are out there, they are communicating with us, and sometimes in many cases, like they're taking pictures so that we can see the tag to try to determine who serviced the equipment, so we can reach out, figure out what the issue is. But in general, they are not looking and aware of, okay, they're gonna see a hood. They're probably not gonna be able to tell the difference between a type 1 and a type 2 hood. They're gonna see a hood. And they're gonna understand also that grease buildup is an issue for us. So if they see grease everywhere building up within the hoods and along the walls, they take pictures of that and say, hey, is this too much grease, or you guys might want to come out. So we've done really well amongst the two agencies to be able to work on educating each other, because we both have boots on the ground at different times, and we've been sharing that information, but we've been very cautious about stepping outside of our roles.
Okay.
Any other discussion before we break for lunch, and then we'll let our folks kind of wordsmith some of these things and maybe come back with an alternative.
I just add one thing. So one thing I'm thinking about that can bring this up in a potential amendment is just under 606.2, number 6, under educational instruction, therapy, fraternal organizations, that piece. I think we might want to add something about vocational training or independent living skills training, just to clarify that that's included under like the IED kind of life skills programs.
You have that? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So just a general question, once again, going back to the local side of it, if they have more strict requirements than this, they can't be enforced.
Correct.
Because that's not what I heard on the last one we just did for like the family childcare stuff. There were some exceptions that no, they have to still allow this.
No, they can be stricter, and the only difference in the family childcare is it gets a little convoluted, or a little different, because we're dealing with that from a licensing perspective. So that gets a little weird because it's at the time of their licensing that they have to meet the requirements, rather than construction of the building or whatever else. But no, they can be stricter on
So if
any
there
of this.
was, using OP as an example, if there was one that was licensed, and today it does not meet the requirements, OP cannot enforce them to do different than the way it was when they were licensed?
No, they can. They can,
Okay.
the locals have the ability to be stricter, they just can't be less strict. And they also have the ability, they can be retroactive in what they do. They don't have any statutory limitation on that. So they could technically go into one of Kylie's facilities and say, I want an ERC system. It's what we just adopted. You're gonna put that in every one of your buildings. That's, I wouldn't recommend they do that, but yeah, the local jurisdictions have that ability. Okay, with that in mind, folks, let's break for lunch. How long do we need? Would 12:30 be okay? 40 minutes? Okay, let's plan on being back in here at 12:30. Thank you. we can,
And this one, we changed to add the language, existing non-compliant commercial cooking equipment utilized for slash vocational instruction, occupational slash independent living therapy, fraternal organizations, nonprofit organizations, other non-commercial use. The
be obtained, just make a small change that I forgot. Have the education and then comma, vocational training, comma. Instruction is fine, I'm fine with that, comma, independent living skills instruction, and then keep therapy separate.
Okay.
Does that work?
Or if you need to clarify therapy, occupational is fine. That's what we use in our settings. We just don't do the independent living skills as much.
It seems like we could have occupational therapy would
Yep.
be good.
Yeah.
So-
Not just therapy.
yeah, full occupational there.
Okay, remove occupational from here, add it after therapy, or before therapy. Okay.
Thank you.
So what change educational to maybe education just for their own now? I'll work the same way. Yeah.
Did you hear?
Change education to, or educational to education?
Educational, something, but education seems to.
For educational, vocational, yeah. Oh,
Yeah, either educational instruction or, yeah, something so that, they're up.
okay. Go to the domestic cooking portion.
It's highlighted instructor. 606. Okay.
And you put it in for a,
No, I think we were gonna do some further discussion amongst ourselves on that one. Half of us see it as more than just what our requirements would be. So we don't necessarily see the purpose of having that written out in the code, because the locals do retain the authority to be more strict and have more stringent requirements. I figured that would be a further
Because-
side conversation.
just so we're clear, so the base 24 IFC would not require a residential kitchen hood suppression system, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this would be more strict, so are you okay with that, Chris? Sharon? Okay. And 904.15, what do you guys have there?
This one did not get the, this one will also be the semicolons after each, ABC, C will also require an and. After, number one.
Okay. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, just so we're consistent.
And then we have a largely similar change here for educational, vocational instruction, occupational independent living therapy, fraternal organizations, nonprofit organizations, and non-commercial use. I'm wanting to bring this in line with
Yeah.
6 as well.
Yes, please. Can we just, I'll let you do your thing.
Okay. Would it be acceptable if I did that where I can see both of them, just so I can kind of make sure that it's copied and did it? Okay, I'll do that.
Let you guys figure it out. Yeah, vaccines. It's never easy to work on a laptop.
Oh, no. And everybody's looking at you.
And then number two, it's also sitting at a 45-degree angle up there, so it doesn't, yeah. It's all right. It's part of our hazing process. So discussion on what they've shown. Kylie,
Just one more clarification to keep consistency on item 4.15 and number 1, should we put provided all the following permit, like we did previously?
just put in all before the. There you go. All of, okay. Whatever.
I think it is grammatically correct.
Yeah, however.
You're saying that education should either be educational instruction or education.
Yeah,
One or the other.
something, yeah. It was before, I think it was educational / vocational instruction.
That would be fine.
If they're being broken out, I mean, it can either be the slash, if that's okay, or just also instruction.
Yeah, whatever's easier.
Yeah.
Hey, the more we get done with you here, the less we have to deal with in the review process. I
You
like
know
this. Oh, come on now. Go ahead, Larry.
A little bit nervous about just specifying just occupational therapy. I understand this concern about therapy, but if you just say occupational is more likely to do it for the physical therapy, but there could be. We could use it in some capacity. So, just a little nervous about if you just say occupational, that rules out the others.
Do the
Did that go
three,
against
do the
something
three,
somebody else
three of you maybe have a suggestion?
Is there something like a certified therapy or a licensed therapy or some other way to qualify?
Could you say occupational or appropriate, or something like that? So leave it more generic.
Yeah, but who's just.
Right, then who's to say that it
Appropriate
is,
gets
right?
really general.
You can say
Cool.
What is that, physical therapy?
physical, occupational, or speech. I'm trying to think of what's in statute
Like, if
as
you
a
list a
license.
couple, then say or similar.
That's-
Similar will be
thank
modified,
you.
whatever, or will
Thank you.
limit the class.
So how would that read for Thomas?
Like occupational, physical, speech, or other therapy, something like that. That way it's illustrating what you're talking about without having to delineate every single thing.
Or other similar, is that what?
Physical, speech, or other similar therapy.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we'll just, instead of him trying to struggle up there with this, are we okay with us just using that same language in the other one? Okay. Any further discussion on this? If you like this, would someone like to make a motion to amend it?
As amended, the recommended changes in RP 8.
Okay, this motion's been seconded, and we'll move, because, and then technically, there was already a motion,
Oh, was there-
so who made that one before? To start our discussion. We didn't get there yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, perfect then. Thank you for making that motion. And the second, is there discussion on the motion?
The motion includes all this?
Yes.
Great.
Kylie again. Well, Just doing her.
I did
Okay.
say that. I did say that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, thank you.
We are gonna be looking at recommendation package 9. On automatic sprinkler systems. So as building uses and community needs have evolved, situations have arisen where installation of a complete automatic sprinkler system may not be practical method of achieving the intended level of fire and life safety requirements. In some of these occupancies, we have worked with our local jurisdictions to provide equivalent level of protection while avoiding some of the significant costs involved with installing a complete automatic sprinkler system. Some of these recommendations are tied to some of our other recommendations, such as residential board and care and inclusion of family child care homes. And then some of these amendments also stem from some prior local amendments that were approved that we are included within this package. So if we turn to the appendix, the first modification is made at 903.2, exception 2. And this applies where a building owner demonstrates that an approved water supply capable of supporting a fire sprinkler system is not available. The state fire marshal may approve alternative fire protection measures based upon risk, access, and construction type. This is something that we are currently already performing procedurally. Oftentimes, especially in rural Kansas, we have businesses that open that may otherwise be required to have a sprinkler system, but due to the water supply that is available, they are unable to achieve that. Some examples that have come up recently are quilting retreats. These are small lodging type establishments. Usually they maybe have up to 8 rooms that are available for overnight stay. Open only on the weekends for 2 or 3 nights, and it's where quilters come. They use a small assembly space. They make quilts, and then some of those members choose to stay overnight. And then some of those locations are located in parts of the state where water supply would not support a 13 or a 13R system. So in these instances, currently what we've been doing is going through the statutory variance process where they provide us this information. Oftentimes, we are asking for information from sprinkler vendors, contractors to provide us the hydraulic water flow calculations of what is available and what can be provided. And based upon those results, we come up with additional safeguards and additional safety measures to be able to approve them for that variance. 903.2.1.2 has to do with Group A occupancies. An automatic sprinkler system is required in these occupancies when the fire area exceeds 5,000 square feet, or if the fire area has an occupant load that exceeds 100 or more. The exception that we have written in is that when a fire area occupant load may increase to 299 people, if 3 or more exits are provided in accordance with 1007.1.2 and 1016.2, and a manual fire alarm system that activates an occupant notification system in accordance with section 907.5 is added in a fire code official. 5.4 is a specific regulation that is added to account for the recent regulation allowing for permanent fireworks facilities. NFPA 13 extra hazard group 1 automatic fire sprinkler system shall be installed throughout all buildings containing H3 occupancies used for permanent fireworks retailers as defined in KSA 31-502. Again, permanent fireworks retail sale is new to the state of Kansas. So we did a lot of research based upon surrounding states that currently have season or year-round fireworks sales, looked at some of their lessons learned from fires that have occurred and what type of water flow is required for these facilities, and this is consistently what has been produced. 903.2.6, number 4. Again, this one's tied into the family child care home. An automatic sprinkler system is not required in family child care homes that meets the classification of the R3. 903.2.8. An automatic sprinkler system installed in accordance to 903 shall be provided throughout all buildings with a Group R fire area. Exceptions to this, line item 1, automatic sprinkler systems shall not be required in buildings used wholly for residential purposes containing 2 or less dwelling units. Number 2, the fire code official may authorize the construction of residential buildings containing 3 and 4 dwelling units, which are separated from each other by wall assemblies having not less than a 2-hour fire resistance rating without an automatic sprinkler system, provided the following requirements. A fire resistance rated floor, ceiling, and wall assembly shall extend to and be tight against an exterior wall. And wall assembly shall extend from the foundation to the underside of the roof sheathing. B, the roof shall be a Class C roof covering, and the roof decking or sheathing is of non-combustible materials or approved fire retardant treated wood for a distance of 4 feet on each side of the fire resistance rated wall or walls. C, there shall be no penetrations through this area of the roof, deck, or sheathing. D, where buildings or portions thereof are arranged above or below adjacent units, or an automatic sprinkler system shall be provided throughout all units. Exception 3, in conversion, sprinklers shall not be required in Group R4 occupancies serving 8 or fewer residents when all occupants have the ability to complete building evacuation within 3 minutes. Exception 4, the fire code official may authorize construction in existing buildings that are not equipped with a fire sprinkler system to contain 4 or fewer R3 dwelling units in mixed-use facilities without retroactively installing a fire sprinkler system if they meet the following requirements. A, the building does not contain assembly Group A, factory industrial Group F, high hazard Group H, or storage Group S, or commercial cooking operations. B, the building contains no more than 2 stories above grade. C, the building includes a fire alarm detection system in both residential and non-residential areas. D, there is a 2-hour fire resistance barrier between non-residential and residential occupancies. E, there are 2 or more egress paths from the dwelling unit that are separated from the non-residential occupancy by a 2-hour fire resistant barrier. F, the 1-hour fire resistance barrier between the units. G, if occupancy of the non-residential portion of the building changes to one of the prohibited types listed above, this exception shall be nullified and all residential dwellings must be vacated. 903.2.9. An automatic sprinkler system shall be provided throughout all buildings containing a Group S1 occupancy where one of the following conditions exists. Line item A requires a Group S1 fire area exceeding 12,000 square feet. There is an exception that a Group 2 or 3 aircraft hangar, as defined by NFPA 409, used of storage of aircraft only when the fire area square feet. See section 412.6.2 for fire area allowances for ancillary uses. There's also an exception that has been added, exception 6, the group S1 occupancy used for storage of upholstered furniture or mattresses exceeding 2,500 square feet.
Amanda, I think it would be helpful if we, as we go through this,
Yes,
if you would kind of tell us where each of these come from. So,
Sure.
903.2 obviously is own experience in those rural areas.
correct.
Um,
So 93.2.1.2 regarding A2 occupancies, the line item 2 exception is a specific exception that has been previously approved through a local amendment process. And just to give you some background, how local amendments are processed now is vastly they have been processed previously. Previously, as amendments came in our office, they went directly to our attorney. And while our attorney is great, he is not a fire code expert. And so oftentimes they were given to him, he reviewed them, and they turned around and they were approved. And there was very little oversight that was done by subject matter experts. So some of these were approved that should have been approved, but they were approved based upon the 2024 IFC. And so we are now adopting the version of the 2024 IFC. These are amendments and approvals that were previously granted by our office, and we are now having to incorporate them within this code. We have several local jurisdictions that have this exact amendment that has already been approved and in place.
I mean, if I can speak to that, I'm a little confused about why there's an idea that you're compelled to carry those forward, especially embodying them in the code itself. Because the previous approvals were determined to not be inconsistent with the existing code or be acceptable with that as the floor. If you're adopting a new code, there's a new baseline of what you'd be comparing anything to. So there's no arbitrary capricious agency action that can come into place if you're talking about a whole different baseline code you're comparing anything to.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that like every exemption you grant in the past for every approval of a modification, then it has to be embodied in the statewide code unless there's some specific statute that I'm missing.
Jared?
Don't disagree.
I'm gonna ask for a timeout because I need to talk with the legal counsel here real quick and clear this up. If everyone will give me that, let's take 10 minutes, please.
Perfect.
Procedurally, never mind. Don't need to, never mind. Don't, Chris.
Are you good?
Okay. Just thinking about coma.
Oh,
Yeah, can I
been working off those that our office has previously approved for a local agency, that we are bound by the decisions that were made prior and so that is how we've written this code. So we will go and talk through this, and we will let the legal folks in the background work that out. And we'll just go on through the merits of the different proposals.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yep,
So is that how we're proceeding?
That's how we're gonna proceed.
So you didn't get a final answer?
No.
I'm not
I
saying
don't-
you can't incorporate it, I was just suggesting you're not compelled, but again, that's a legal question we can take up on whether you have to.
And that's exactly, so my understanding was told when we were operating on and have been operating on, and I would love your opinion versus what we've been going by, because it's 100% different. Now, our recollection is that discussion with your office, so that's why I'm trying to work this out, right? So let us go forward. Just, I don't want to stop everything. We'll try to figure some of these things out. Let's go forward on the merit of each one of the proposals. We'll take your recommendations through this, and then we'll deal with that as we move on.
Sorry for the delay.
Like,
No,
Can,
sure, go ahead.
so in your exploratory meetings before, discuss that these exceptions would be carried over?
Yes,
I think you're gonna have a bigger problem than just the legal problem. That if you've represented to the fire industry or whoever attends those meetings that this is what we're gonna recommend, and then we go, oh, no, wait, time out, we're starting over.
sure.
You're gonna have a lot of unhappy people, whether it was legal or not.
I agree.
So that's just my editorial.
I agree, number one, but I will make a note that you guys are making changes today
Agreed.
that are different from what we presented also. However, I just have to let us get that legal portion worked out, Chad.
So from the fire standpoint, by all means, we would rather see sprinklers in as many buildings as possible. But the reality is, from a business standpoint, I'm gonna sell myself out here. We're talking restaurants, banquet halls, bars, nightclubs, etc. If we allow the previous to have that higher threshold, anybody newer doesn't have to have that higher threshold, that's gonna cause a lot of heartburn.
Yeah.
A lot of heartburn.
I understand. So let's go through each one of these portions of it, and we can discuss it on the merits of those portions. If you guys would like to speak to your amendments when we get to that, Chris, Sharon, that's fine. And let's just go through those and we'll figure out the legal side of things a little later. Okay?
But then after you figure out the legal side of it, will this group then get to see what's final?
Oh, you definitely get to see what's
Okay.
final.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. No problem. Okay, sorry, Amanda. Thank you.
No, that's okay. So what I'm gonna do is previous to Mark's original request, so I went through, I've read them all. I'm gonna go back through and I'm going to identify the ones that were local amendments. And I'm gonna walk you through some of the reasons and pros and cons, if you will, of why they are there. So talking with the group A2 specifically in terms of the occupant load of 100. Obviously, there's a lot of fire statistics and there is a lot of fire history and some tragic fire occurrences that surround A2 occupancies. But what has been proposed here is not just we don't want to have sprinkler systems and we want to increase the occupant load. They are doing so with the addition of additional exits and the requirements of fire alarm systems, and those fire alarm systems having occupant notification. So this does allow a little bit of flexibility for facilities to not have to install that sprinkler system, but they are doing additional safety measures in order to achieve an equivalent level of safety. Yes, Jack?
I agree and support what you're trying to do, Amanda, but that provision that you are doing, you are taking on the liability.
Jack, do you have a question for her or a statement? Because let's do a discussion, but let's let her get her presentation out, please. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions regarding that specific exception that's been written in? So the next one that is a local amendment that has been previously approved is at 903.2.8 for an exception for Group R fire areas. And that exception there is specifically for the expansion of residential housing throughout our communities. And as we know, state statute prohibits sprinkler installations in 1 and 2 family homes. This exceeds it. This increases those exception availabilities for 3 and 4 family units. But again, it provides some safeguards in terms of how those buildings are built, providing fire rated separation between the units themselves, between the floor levels, and provides very specific guidance as to how penetrations are handled, no penetrations are allowed. And again, covers things like the different types of roof covering. So it allows for some expansion within some of these communities to build 4-plex units, have additional safeguards in place that would not require a sprinkler system. Yes.
So kind of going off of the bill that we passed this year, is that just to mirror, I'm gonna say, we called it the Garden City bill. So what is different about that? I know that we also defined maybe an apartment complex, I think, and all of that.
So if I may speak to that. So the problem we had before is we had an orphan statute out there that what an apartment building was. And it said an apartment building by state law was anything with 3 or more dwelling units. So what we asked the legislature was to get rid of that, because that was defining a 3 or 4-plex as an apartment building. So that clears the way for us then to work with Garden City and Wichita in some of these areas. And Chris, I'm gonna ask if with the indulgence of the group, ask Chris to speak to this a little bit because he's very familiar with it. And I think you have I don't know how many municipalities are part of this code group that you have and where this is in effect and has been.
So it's everyone who uses our code, which is basically all of Sedgwick County. So we've got 22 now, specifically municipalities using our Uniform Building and Trade Code. Then of course unincorporated Sedgwick County applies to that. So basically, you also have basically Sumner and Butler County using our code as well. So it is fairly extensive. And back in the day, I don't forget exact terms, but we worked with our 3 and 4-plexes that we felt fit. And at least in our area with the fire departments we have, realizing not everybody's Wichita Fire with, tons of fire trucks and 300 or 400 firefighters on shift type thing, that we thought would work and be a good amendment. That has been tightened down a little bit based on some of the discussion with the 18 code. So we did tighten it a little bit at that point. But that's the basis of this code. So we have gone forward, and as you have heard us said too, we realize that it is less restrictive than sprinklers, but we feel it supports the industry. We have touted it as a best practice, especially because we included ICC in the build of that amendment.
And I will say that our agency had our objection was that we had a state law that was putting us in a position where we couldn't. However, in the past, we did approve this in prior administration. So I'm sorry, you had a question.
So I just want to follow up on Chris's, so what you just explained, that's what this is?
Yes. So that
Okay.
basically says in a 3 and a 4-plex, if you're gonna build a 3 or 4-plex and you do it to these criteria, which pulls in basically some of your commercial fire separation criteria as well as some of your townhomes. So if you compare this, a lot of where we go from with this is if you're building a townhouse, it's got specific fire separation, so it is separated as a dwelling. One difference there is it specifies individual ownership. So you are selling them separately, so the liability piece of that, just from a on paper legal perspective is different. Your physical safety would, obviously be no different. But just by the nature of that, you can put 200 townhomes next to each other and there's no requirement with it. So we kind of took that perspective and said, how can we get close to that? You're not doing the full townhome concept, but you're incorporating some of those separation concepts in an amendment that allows you to build 3 and 4plex without triggering the fire sprinklers.
And if I may just clarify with Chris, so the exception, I believe in 903.2.1.2 for the group A2, that also comes from your code, right? As well as we talked about in 903.2.8, where we're dealing with the 3 and 4plex. And then also on 903.2.9, those exceptions for
and renovated, and we are finding out about them after the fact. And in some cases, they have way more than 4 apartments. We're talking sometimes 16, and they are being built in very dangerous type conditions where we have singular solo exits going through hazardous spaces, no alarm systems. There were dead-end corridors in many of them, so we want to capture this ahead of time.
any other questions for Amanda on any of those, or I'm gonna throw Chris and Sharon in there.
Well, I
because-
guess I have a question. Did
Okay.
the exception for 4 or less, did it pass for sprinklers? So I'm trying to find the.
No.
Okay, because I'm trying to find the enrolled bill, so that did not pass, it was just discussed.
No, it
Oh.
passed. What passed though was what we had asked for, which was simply away with that orphan statute. Instead of, what we did not, from the fire service perspective, and Chad can speak to
Let's
this.
have something out in chapter 12.
Was have code in state law that would then change and up, you know what I'm saying? So what we did is got rid of that, it leaves it to the code, and then we can discuss it here today. Chad?
And also what did pass was to your point, the 4 or less it's very comparable, although this is more detailed, but basically spelling out the 3 and 4 plus townhouse units, 2 stories or less, with proper separation and all that. You don't have to have sprinklers. That's what passed.
Okay, for some reason I'm not finding it, but I'll keep looking. Okay, all right.
But it still requires sprinklers, right?
Yeah, well,
No,
See, it's
4
not
units or less, no. No sprinklers.
so that was.
Now, if there was we did put a caveat in there that, correct me on the wording, but the 3rd story above grade, if local jurisdiction requires sprinkler, they can require it on a 3rd story. But 2 story or less, up to 4 units, do not have to have sprinklers. With proper separation, townhouse style. And before you say anything, this is in statute, you cannot argue it today.
Well, and that's why I want to find that bill, because if the bill was passed and it says 4, this needs to be changed, because this says 2. Well, see, and I pulled that one up a couple times, but I can't find what was enrolled.
Okay.
So 2739.
So maybe I misunderstood what you said, Chairman. The statute still says 1 and 2 family, no sprinklers, period, no discussion.
No,
That'll never happen in this state.
We're pulling the statute now.
They
Yeah.
Stand by.
they were.
So what happens if, for those in the legislative session, when we go to conference committee, things are packaged together and moved?
Yeah.
And so that was House Bill 2739. I need to go through and figure out where that, it was, portions of that were put in there, and my recollection was that they, well, not only that, but they made substantive changes in conference committee.
I think they struck it out.
And what was passed was simply
That's what
getting
I
rid of
said,
that
changing the
statute.
Yeah.
of the apartment house or.
Of the apartment house, just
Yes.
doing away with that.
Yes.
They took out all reference to 3 or 4 units.
Yes.
They struck all that out. And so it retains the 1 or 2 family dwellings are exempted from sprinklers. And we did away with that separate standalone.
So,
Yeah, because what I'm seeing enrolled does not have that.
Correct.
It does not have that 4 levels. Okay.
You know, it should have just the, you'll see in there is it repealed 31-135 133A or something.
132A?
132A.
Yes.
Yep, so
All right.
that took care of the apartment house definition that was hanging out in the 1970s. So,
But we kept the definition of you can't have it in a single family or duplex.
that, none of that changed.
Thank you, sorry.
So just for the, I understand for the total group, there is state law in Kansas that our office and no municipality may require fire sprinkler systems in a 1 or 2 or family dwelling. Okay, so that the legislature has stripped the authority in that case of even the municipalities to be stricter than the state. So that's kind of what we're talking about within this. And there was a move this last session to move that up to 4 or less, and that did not pass. It stayed at the 2 or less. And then we're addressing it here as part of this race where we asked the legislature to do.
So if I understand what you just said, 4 or less still needs sprinkler. 2 or less don't, but 3 and 4 do. And what you're doing here is you're allowing it to be sprinkled if you do this other stuff.
That's correct.
It's going against
Hold
what
on.
the bill just passed.
No.
It's gonna help the builders a great deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
There-
Doesn't
there's
go
so
against
much
I
money.
agree with that.
Doesn't
But
go against the
Did
bill.
not allow you to not sprinkler it if you do this.
Well, it's not that the
No.
bill doesn't allow you to, it's just that the bill didn't specifically prohibit it. So
Agree. So
there
it
is-
requires code, it
there
requires
is-
sprinklers.
right, there is a statute that prohibits sprinkler systems in 1 and 2 family.
It
There is
doesn't
nothing.
require them. It just doesn't prohibit them.
Code
It
would
stands-
require that to be sprinkled. 3 and 4, would it require them to be sprinkled?
Currently it does, but what
Okay.
we
So-
have proposed to reduce that in these circumstances with these measures in place.
So the bill was trying to eliminate it, to not sprinkler 3 and 4, correct?
Correct.
It did not pass,
Correct.
so the message is, we want them sprinkler. And what you're doing.
No, stop. So there are folks here who were in that process, so before
I went into meetings.
you weren't there. Chad definitely was, he's the subject matter expert on this, put in long hours, he can explain.
So basically, there's the Garden City rule.
And I can speak to it eventually.
So
We like it.
basically, the legislature had full intentions of passing the bill with the sprinkler requirement for 3 and 4 units built as a townhouse
With or without?
without sprinklers, was going to pass. At the last minute, an amendment was put in to update the code and address it in the code. And so then that was stripped out. So if we do not put this in the code, you know what's gonna happen in the 27 legislative session? It's gonna get revisited. Or the code's not gonna get updated and they're gonna slam it in place.
And so the intent was to give our municipalities the leeway to make this decision on a local basis. And by putting it in as a minimum in the state code, that allows them to do it, or it allows them to require 3 and 4. And because we have some municipalities, especially in the Johnson County area, that want to do that, but we have other ones that do not and have not been. So that is what we're trying to thread that needle through.
Yeah, and that's the point I wanted to bring up is I think a big reason why that bill didn't ultimately pass is because we had a couple communities that said, hey, look, because of some other requirements that we have at the local level, we do want to require triplexes and quadplexes to be sprinkled. And that language, because it flat out prohibited it, meant they weren't able to operate the way that they had been operating. And they had good reason for operating the way that they had been operating. And so this was kind of the balance between still allowing the municipalities that have quadplexes and have had quadplexes to do that with these additional requirements, but also allow those other communities that want to have that be a requirement of their quadplexes, kind of balance those two.
at a different perspective. So, this very much aligns, this is how Garden City handles quadplexes as well. We looked at some of our partners across the state, so we weren't starting square one. So this very much aligns with what we're doing and the way that we approach quadplexes.
Any further questions for Amanda? On any of this? Okay.
So should we be consistent with what we did with Thomas? All of the following?
Yeah.
With a semicolon and put an and in front of them.
And we can make those changes.
I was going to offer that, yes.
We can notice if she read it.
Yeah, I had one other change. A lot of places you have 2-hour fire resistance. In some places you have rated, in some places you don't have rated.
Sure.
But when you go through and clean it up,
Okay.
that would be a consistency suggestion.
Noted.
And also clarify, is it a fire barrier or a firewall? Back in the earlier section, use the term a wall assembly having a 2-hour fire rate.
Well, part of that is because it's extremely difficult to create a firewall in an existing building where it wasn't originally built with a wall. And so, a barrier, the terminology does matter because it's the difference between trying to create something that never existed or trying to retrofit an existing building.
And that is correct, Jack. This amendment does, it does incorporate the concept, the firewall concept you would have at the townhouse, but does not go that far. It allows it to be a 2-hour rated wall, not a 2-hour firewall.
I don't disagree with that, but the way 90328, it's not for just existing buildings. It's for brand new buildings.
And that is true. It allows it for both.
Let's stay on track here. Do you have a question, Jane?
Well, I guess it was a question about that terminology of those descriptions, and it came from your example code that you said you worked with the ICC on the language of, I guess, for how to define, like, whether we're talking about fire partitions or fire barriers or fire walls. I mean, all those things are defined in the code, and if we can just use that terminology instead of trying to describe the assembly, right now it feels like we're struggling to describe the assembly when we could just use the language that the code gives us for the definitions of the different types of. Unless this solution doesn't really match any of the predefined types of fire separations that the code gives us. Is that the deal? Yes, you're saying yes. This is like a oddball scenario of a solution that doesn't meet the definition of any of the things we have already.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's extra.
Yeah.
It's fire rated extra, not quite firewall.
It's kind of trying to be a hybrid townhouse, because like you said, townhouse is individually owned, but this is treating units that may be a quadplex that is essentially in the past considered an apartment building, but it's built townhouse style with a front and rear facing open space. So that's why these different concessions were put in here to allow that.
Yeah, townhouses are a whole different area then though too, because of, it gets very murky. I understand that.
And that's also why we don't allow them to be stacked, they have to be single story to meet this, because that, and the further diciness with trying to divide that. And that was one of my questions before he answered it, is to just be sure with the state statute that we still matched and that had come out, because it was going to allow them to be one on top of the other, which we said we think we can live with that. Obviously the industry's fine with that, and then from a code perspective, we thought we could live with that, but that was even less restrictive than what we're off.
We did get it in at the last minute that if local jurisdiction required it, third story, if it had a third story or had an additional.
So I owe you guys a break, so let's go ahead and break till 1:40, please. Thank you.
There you go. Well, so Robert, just so you know, my input was gonna be, you're probably not gonna believe this, but we have no actual issues with this section. That's all I had to say previously.
But you know,
I would entertain a motion so we can kind of go into that process.
I move we approve RP 09.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Danielle, seconded by Chris to approve this. Is there discussion? Jack?
9032, exception number 2, use the word state fire marshal. It's not related to state buildings in this scenario. Should it be fire code official?
So help me out where you're at again.
9032, exception 2.
9032. I believe you're correct, and that should be a case where that is fire code official. We will make that change. Thank you.
My next comment would be exception under 903212, under dot 2. Amanda talked about past incidences. I even heard at one point, I believe it was yesterday, the Rhode Island fire killed multiple people. And that change that took that from 300 to 100 is a direct result of that and many other type of group A occupancies. And I don't support taking that back to 300. I don't think that's a good idea just because the data has shown. My other comment would be we're allowing a permanent fireworks facility, which is an H3 occupancy, no matter how big it is, not have sprinklers.
That's not, that's not.
903254.
It requires sprinklers, it's layered sprinklers. And it requires higher levels than what the current code currently requires. Nine oh three point two point 5.4.
What about that? Jack?
So I think if you truly look at that, it's probably not extra group 1 in NFPA 13.
Correct.
It would be an extra group 2. So I think our requirement is less than what would be required by code.
Okay, we'll take that under advisement.
And then 90328, those exceptions there also need what we, same thing that we did for Thomas's.
Yep, we already addressed that.
And then the aircraft hangar one, what's the substantiation, how we got to that one and how we got to the 2,500 square foot mattresses? What's the history? I don't understand the history of why we allow that when it's an 1,800 square foot hangar, when NFPA 409 has clear criteria of how to deal with that. And I don't even think it requires special, to be honest with you.
Oh. Jennifer, I'm sorry, I just saw that you popped up on there. Did you have a comment?
I think she said that.
No, I was commenting that we were, those of us on Teams were unable to hear the meeting because it was muted, but I believe Diana fixed that, so.
Okay, I
Sorry.
apologize. Thank you. Okay, any further discussion on this section? Yes.
Just to kind of follow up on what Jack said, is there an answer of where the number came from on 18 and 25? I mean, is it a number that is from?
That's in your.
And I'm trying to remember, I don't remember how the calculations came, so code baseline, does baseline code say 12 or 15, Jack, you remember?
A group 2 hangar is up to 40,000 square feet. The current code, 2026 or 409, if you're not on hazardous areas, it's just a plain sprinkler system versus a foam system. But in the 22 version of 409, it requires foam and sprinklers as long as it's a group 2 hangar, which is anything that has a door height of under 28 feet and is under 40,000 square feet. requires foam. And not only eliminating foam, but we're saying, don't even. So I understand that.
And I apologize, 12,000 is right in the line above it. But, that has been a long-standing amendment, just based on, calculation, and a little bit of it is weightage, of course, but based on calculation of fire, areas and use, and a lot of that, if my recollection is correct, a lot of that was based on aircraft size, like the type of aircraft that you would park in that won't quite fit in the 12,000 foot hangar, but is still realizing that we are still touting ourselves as the air capital of the world. So you've got a lot of built-in Wichita type aircraft that are civilian use, but they're bigger than your standard Cessna or Piper 2 to 6 seat aircraft. So the calculations were done that you've got these slightly bigger airplanes, twin engine, et cetera, and if they would still use that standard use like you do with it's still a private, only storing the aircraft in there, you're not doing maintenance operations, not servicing within the aircraft or within the hangar, not storing all of that stuff that we would allow. We'll allow the bigger building.
Okay, and could you speak to the furniture, mattress?
That was specifically.
And a lot of it's under code, but not my code. Your IFC, but not my IFC.
Maybe I'll get back to you on that one if we want to press on with discussion.
Okay.
I'll see what happens.
Is there further discussion?
I just, one more thing I was just gonna say is, with being a legislator on this, I wear a different hat, and so I just wanna I'm gonna be abstaining, on this one simply due to 903-254, because we will financially benefit from that as a family company, and so I'm gonna make that note and hope that it can be in the minutes as well.
Got it. Thank you.
And so for that exception to the S1s, that was an accommodation to try to allow some of your smaller businesses, small businesses, mom and pop shops to if they're, again, that's all less risky, allow them to go without sprinklers. Now, some of I'm just concerned with it, so the group knows, we discussed that a little bit at the break, because, I did ask, hey, obviously based on the way you say that, I see that you don't completely agree or like everything about these amendments. So I think there is some valid discussion there that where I've got this in place, I've got 2 fire departments with really quick response time, and the jurisdictions using my code all have pretty good response time. So I acknowledge that that is a part of this and that allowance. But again, where we have that capability, this lets your small businesses, operating in oftentimes a warehouse plus offices plus retail area, no bigger than the room we're in here. Don't have to install sprinklers.
Sharon.
I think we're reading this backwards. An automatic sprinkler system provided throughout all these buildings where one of the following conditions exists. Then you have an exception for your hangar, but the way I read 6 is that if I have upholstered furniture and mattresses and I exceed 2,500 square feet, I gotta have a sprinkler.
Yeah.
So I think we flipped how we're reading that.
Yeah.
So that's not an exception, but your aircraft is an exception if it exceeds the 12,000 square feet, which is required by the existing code.
Yeah, that's a good point. What the allowance in there is up to, because we're saying, if you have upholstery, you got those really flammable, but up to 2,500 square feet, you don't have to do it.
So it's,
But that's a good point.
it's for the smaller, but it's still kind of an exception. It's lower than, but, okay. And just, I guess I would remind everyone that no city is required to adopt any of these. We are just to make sure that we're giving our local jurisdictions as much latitude as they can on what they have been doing in practice and have been for years. So that's when we include all these. All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to approve as it's been, as we've gone through and of course made those corrections in the formatting. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? All right. Thank you. Next. All right. And they just took a break, so they're yours.
Hopefully they don't have to watch me play on the computer again. Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Carmona. As you may know, I will be discussing recommendation package and covering inspection, testing, and maintenance requirements. For some background, fire protection systems are often thought of as a set it and forget it type of system. That is not the case. They do require routine inspection, testing, and maintenance to ensure that in an emergency they will activate and actuate in the way that they are designed to do so. The proposed Kansas Fire Code seeks to improve clarity and consistency while aligning our state with nationally recognized inspection, testing, and maintenance, as well as documentation standards throughout the life of a building. And there is one that unfortunately did not make it onto the recommendation package. I do have a screenshot of it from our copy of the proposed Kansas Fire Code. I will read that out, and then if we do need it up on the screen, I can get it up on the screen as well. It is going to be in section 706.1.1. It is testing qualifications. It says, quote, a person or business that performs smoke damper, fire damper, or combination fire/smoke damper testing services should hold an ICB fire and smoke damper contractor certification or equivalent certification from the organization that has been accredited under the ISO/IEC 17024 personnel certification standard in HVAC fire damper inspections.
And we'll get that up on the board here in a minute. That just didn't make it in the package. My apologies.
And then that's removed. You will direct your attention to Appendix A, 901.6, inspection, testing, and maintenance. There is now an added exception with suppression systems that are no longer utilized for grease or grease-laden cooking may be marked with signs stating hood suppression system out of service, boil use only. Prior to resuming any cooking operations, the hood suppression system must be serviced and inspected as required by this section. The owner/operator of the commercial hood suppression system shall notify the fire code official that such system has been placed out of service. The section 901.61 standards. This includes the table, which is the adoption of, by reference, these NFPA standards have to do with each fire and life safety system. They cover installation. Many also cover the maintenance requirements for them. Down at the exception 1, semi-annual testing of the fire alarm systems are not required in facilities with an occupant load of 299 or less. And number 2, internal pipe and valve inspections of water-based fire protection systems are required when any of the following conditions exist. A is the discharge of obstructed material during a routine water test. B is obstructed material found in water during drain tests or plugging inspector test valve. And C, a 25% increase or a 5-second increase in water flow starting at time of fully open test connection when compared to the prior test, or D, at least 10-year intervals.
Can we get the that other one on the board, please?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
unfortunately, you guys are going to see me try to play on the computer a little bit.
While he's doing that, let me speak to 901.6 real quick. So this is our public schools exception, kind of, is for them. A lot of our public schools have gone from more to a centralized kitchen type operation rather than using kitchens in all the schools. So under the code, they still have to even though they're not using those kitchens and those stoves and those systems, they still have to maintain them and inspect them and do everything. What we're proposing is a way that they can leave them in place. I mean, their option then is either maintain them or remove them. Both are expensive. What we're trying to do is give some latitude to leave them in place, mark them as out of service, and then if they want to use them in the future again, bring them back up into code and we'll move forward, but not require that they be removed.
I believe we are getting that code section put on a thumb drive. We can plug it here and we can see it.
So Mark, to address the comment you just made, why do we have to put stuff like this in the code? If you want to do that, there is a vehicle in the document already to do that. By adding this to the code makes it seem like anybody and everybody can do that. The point is, you're given a special exception.
And I appreciate you're asking me a question, but I'm not, so let's wait until we're in discussion and we can discuss between ourselves. But if you have a question for Thomas.
My question was just gonna be on the 10-year interval piece. My understanding is right now it's currently at 5.
Correct. So I guess I can speak to that real quick. So what we did is look at ways, well, I guess I'll speak to both of those. So what we have found is in exception 1 is that our local jurisdictions aren't enforcing that. And we have been out enforcing it and it's been difficult. It's caused problems. So if our local jurisdictions, such as Wichita is very famous for it, will not enforce that, then we don't see a point of having that portion in the code. That would actually save businesses quite a bit of money by having that mid-year inspection that really only looks at the battery of the big thing they do is look at the battery of the fire alarm system. So the second one is looking at that 5-year flow. We reached out to some departments, and what they were able to show us through their stats and their reporting was only in 1% of instances. So these are fairly expensive every 5-year examinations, that only in 1% of instances were those tests actually showing deficiencies. So it's hard for us to justify that expense, especially what I kind of call it the rural tax. It's one thing to live in the city of Topeka and have one of these things done, where we have companies, even competing companies doing it. But if I'm in Scott City, Kansas, I'm now not just paying for the service time of that individual, but their travel time and everything else. And so that was kind of the idea behind this, is to try to give some relief in an area that we didn't see, like there was we didn't see the benefit of that 99% pass rate. And so that was what the thought was, is we'll move to 10 years, but we'll also list all these other things that any sign of impairment of that system then would trigger that inspection. So that kind of is what you have there.
We are still attempting to get that.
Oh, okay.
That section up so we can show for everybody who does not have it on the RP.
Okay.
I guess
More discussion, Chad.
I'm just glad to hear the data piece, because that was a question we had too. We're like this, we're still we can back it up with data, because I do think it is a good option for the industry, provided you've got reference points that say we're not increasing risk.
Yeah.
I'm the one that has to type up all the inspections and proposals. I would be curious on the 1% because we write up a lot of proposals and we find a lot of deficiencies in 5 years. So, and I know that our industry, along with the business agent, our union, they strongly do not support the 10-year.
And I will say, we didn't go widely through the state, right? We didn't look at all of them. I would think that a lot of that would be dependent probably upon the water system and the water makeup and a lot of different things, corrosion, and right?
We have a lot of FDCs that are written up at the 5 years. And so a lot of that kind of stuff is written up on addition to the 5-year inspection that was done. Then we have to go back and do another proposal after we've already just done the 5-year. So there is a lot of, I wish I would have brought one with me so I could have shown it.
And if I may, to the internal sprinkler inspection requirement that is in this proposed code, it has not been widely enforced by our office simply because of the price point for it. Going forward with this, it will be, and it will be, I believe it is in, 75% of facilities will be required to perform it, I believe, going forward, based off of our numbers that we are aware of.
And he's talking 75% facilities that have never been required to do this test up to this point. And so, like, we would be walking into several facilities that this has not been enforced in our past, even at a 5-year interval. And this will come across to them as a new requirement, and they would be expected to perform this, and this would impact our small residential work living, where this has been enforced in our history is predominantly our healthcare facilities, our hospitals and our schools.
Because of CMS.
Because of CMS. Other facilities that have done this test in the past are doing so at a local jurisdiction due to their, their compliance engine. But again, those are typically our first and second class cities. Our populations, this is not something that we have been enforcing at their level. Rather, we have been paying attention to their testing documentations and watching their water flow, make sure that we're not getting a significant decrease in flow capacity, and if our contractors are identifying that it is problematic, we require it at that time. So this is more of an attempt to align what our practice has been within the code itself, but it again, we are enforcing what we approve and legislatively. So.
Jake.
When I look at this and some of the conversations we've had over time, really it's not specific to any of these or specific to some of the ones we do, but what is your all's enforcement ability on this? What is the, if someone's not following this, what happens?
Oh, okay. So if we go in and do an inspection and find that these are not in place, what we'll do is write a violation. They receive it. They have 10 days to respond with a plan of correction. We give them 90 days to follow that approved plan of correction. So they would be required, for example, to do the test and show us that it had been completed and the system had been repaired. If they don't do so, then we have both criminal and civil tools that we don't like to use, rarely use, but to force compliance. And if they actually need additional time, we work with them. We do quite a bit to work with our folks. Oh, go ahead, Chad.
Would we be better served to, kind of like has been done in a couple others, potentially remove number 2 and give them a soft implementation of a 1 or 2 year deadline, so they have time to pay for it? Just throwing that out there.
or change the effective date, beginning whatever date, so that they have a little time to roll this out. I actually thought about that too. If this is all new and all new approved, I mean, you're right, they're gonna go, what? So you might wanna grandfather that or postpone it or
Only just that section.
kind of just that section.
Do we have further questions for Thomas, or can we move on to that discussion? Because I think we're kind of guys are grabbing is some of the discussion points. And go ahead.
Thomas, did you do any research with respect to NFPA and going back in the history, because they're the one that drives the 5-year, about how they got to establishing their point and their data points and their history of why they made it 5 years? Because I'm sure there was people who was pushing for every year. There were others that were pushing for probably every 10 or 20 years.
I did not. I can get your information. I can do some checking as soon as I'm done here, and then I can get back to you on an answer for that.
Thank you. Tori?
I just want to say too, on top of that though, so when you write up a 5-year internal pipe inspection, it's 5-year internal pipe inspection, 5-year gauges. Your gauges are only good for 5 years. And then we're also doing a 5-year hydrostatic FTC test. So there's a lot of 5-year stuff that goes in, and it's all done at once. You don't want to have your gauges changed at a different time of your 5-year, because then it's not all going to add up. So the 5-year is kind of a important, solid.
Okay.
Back to the semi-annual requirement, did you identify what specific out of the table of chapter 14 of NFPA 72, what requires semi-annual testing?
Yes, it is batteries on almost every system, and then there is an actuation device on very specific systems that are not the norm that do require some annual testing. And obviously, the panel is required to be checked for no troubles and to be clear of trouble.
So actually, there's 3 items: batteries, I agree with you, water flow switch, and flame detectors. Those are the only things in table 14.2.1 that requires semi-annual testing. And those, once again, did you find any research on why they require semi-annual testing from an NFPA 72 standpoint?
I did not go into the history of NFPA 72 and the whys. I was mainly focused on the localization towards with, as I think all of us kind of more so were, and with the semi-annual requirements, knowing 85% of this state is rural communities, and as to Mark's point, the further out you get from a large population center, the more difficult it becomes to get a qualified contractor out to you. And so this is in hopes to alleviate some of that fiscal burden from those facilities.
Can I add to that a little bit? One of the things that we hear continuously from our rural communities, and in let's say worst case scenario, if we were looking at trying to shut down a restaurant because they don't have a suppression system, we are typically contacting everybody that we can possibly contact to try to avoid that before.
I would entertain a motion so we can start discussion on this. Does anyone have a motion?
I'll move to accept RP 10 as presented, with the amendment of switching to a 5-year interval as that, because it seems that's the will of the body, at least at this point.
So as I understand, motion to accept with the exception, you're gonna remove exception 2 of 901.6.
You remove it, or you're gonna change the interval from 10 to 5?
Well, it would,
You don't need it.
we don't need it. It
It's in there.
would be just it would just go back to existing, it would not be an exception anymore.
In its entirety would be gone.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Jeff, second. All right, discussion. Jade?
In the first paragraph about the exception for the suppression systems, I guess I just think that, you could clarify it a little bit because it says prior to resuming any cooking operations, but you're already allowing them to do boil only. So you shouldn't say any cooking, right? And then you go after that, you talk about, if they, so that's talking about resuming the cooking operations, what they need to do. I would just switch that to the end of the paragraph, because the paragraph after that is talking about how the hood is out of service, which wouldn't be happening if they had resumed their cooking operations. So just for clarity.
Okay, yeah, with your permission, we will wordsmith that a little bit.
Would it be just adding, pretty much just adding cooking, resume cooking with potential grease vapors? Because that's what
Cooking that requires
that's where
the
you're going with that.
suppression.
But I also
Grease or
like,
grease lane is the term in the second part before it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I also like her point though of that they're out of order, those sentences should be switched around also. So, we will do that under advisement. Thank you. Any further discussion? Jack?
I think the item about the fire damper training qualifications is not necessary. It's gonna create undue cost to everybody that's got fire dampers, because that's a way stringent requirement, more than what an FPA 80 says. 80 says performed by a qualified person with knowledge and understanding of operating components of the type assembly. So it's pretty basic. Anybody knows how a fire damper works can do the inspection. It's gonna be a lot less expensive than somebody that has to go through some certification program.
Go ahead.
I guess my response to that would be saying anyone can look at it. I don't know that I want, the custodians of buildings just walking around saying, oh, I've seen this damper working. In theory, I want to use it. I mean, if you're gonna do it, why not have someone who's going to be qualified, who's been certified to do it? I mean, at the end of the day, this is all about safety. And I'd rather have a higher level of safety than not. I guess would be my stance.
Would you be able to throw that paragraph back on the screen?
Yes.
Because I was curious about the certifications, like would a NICET 2 fit that? Because that's what most of our fire departments are requiring for most of that.
Thomas, would you zoom in on a little bit for us, please? For some of us older folks.
Yes, I'm curious about
Not the
the
younger
or
folks.
equivalent. So
Or equivalent
I don't like that
certification.
here, so I'm gonna look to you, Jack, but that or equivalent certification with what that says, does a NICET 2 mean?
Jack?
So ISO EC 17024 is a certification organization. And when I searched them, they did not even have a program on how to do fire dampers. They certify in a lot of things, but I could not find where they have a specific certification or training on what to do for fire dampers. And was there any research about dampers are in the state of Kansas and how many of them are getting tested on a 5-year basis, even like they're supposed to be?
No, we did not have access to a list of fire dampers within the state. It is something that can be pursued, and I can take your information, I can get that information to you as soon as I get it, if that's something you're interested in.
90% of buildings don't even know how many we have.
What would be the availability of the personnel that do have this certification across the state?
What would be the what?
The availability of people who meet the certifications compared to the definition we gave earlier.
I live in this world and that's not one I've ever seen that type of certification. The certifications typically for the fire industry are NICET, National Institute of Certified Engineering Technicians, which are the design technicians. And there's not one for fire dampers. there's sprinkler, there's fire alarm, there's special hazards, and there's inspection and testing of water-based systems.
This is a certification that typically comes from the people who are installing it. Do the duct work, sheet metal workers, could be some pipe fitters. I know a couple of the local unions who actually do these certifications through their apprenticeship programs that have jurisdiction across the whole state. Quite frankly, a lot of their apprenticeships have jurisdiction across the whole Midwest. But it's different than the engineering certification to that point, because these are the people who are actually installing.
I'm just gonna speak over them.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanna make, I just wanna make sure that we're not limiting the pool in the small rural areas. Because I've already got people that struggle finding contractors as it is. So then when we're talking about this, I wanna make sure I'm not limiting the availability of who they have to come out and do that.
I guess I would just support that too, that it sounds like we could be creating an additional hardship when there is potentially an NFPA standard that already is in place. Like, I wouldn't wanna leave it completely unregulated, but being able to say, oh, we chose to have this regulation that requires this extra testing, everything could be safer and better, right? It's always a good thing to have safer stuff. So I agree what Jake was saying, but I think making sure it's possible and not creating undue hardship on communities has been a theme of a lot of our other recommendations in this group. So it seems like we should be careful not to go too far with this one.
Megan?
You said that it was a recommendation, right? So was there an issue that came up that something was done wrong or incorrect with people who had already been doing the testing that we needed a higher qualification?
No, this was brought to us as a concern that these weren't being done properly across the state, and as an answer to that.
So
Kylie?
if this section was removed, right, because it's added in, so it defers back to with that NFPA admin, or what does it defer back to then?
It defers back to the language that Jack had just read, where it's a qualified individual.
But I think that's where my concern is, what's a qualified individual? I'm not qualified to do that, but I've seen a smoke damper in action, and fire damper in action, not qualified. I mean, I have younger kids, does that mean I'm qualified for childcare? I mean, that's what I don't like. I mean, I think I'd rather tie in some qualifications here than keep something so open-ended. As Sharon said, I could drive a truck through qualified.
But it's an NFPA that it references, right? So doesn't that give us some level of comfort that it's not random or unproven, I guess?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
So NFPA 80 truly defines a qualified person. So they've gone down this rabbit hole. A person who, by possessing of a recognized degree, certificate, professional standing, or skill, and who, by knowledge, training, and experience, has demonstrated the ability to deal with the subject matter, the work, or the project. So that's how they use it. And it's up to the approving agency to validate, yeah, that's enough for the task you're doing.
So who's the approving agency? Is it the state fire marshal or is it the local jurisdiction?
Fire code official.
Fire code official,
So depending on,
where you're at.
So the fire marshal could unilaterally put in this standard thing. To your point, if they're the fire approving person, so if they're requesting it.
well, this, putting this in would be the minimum standard for the state of Kansas.
No, I get that. I'm more
Okay.
saying to their point of who decides what's qualified, to my point of who's a qualified individual based on the fire What was the language?
Based on his decision.
It's his decision, so I'm saying whether we keep this in or not, the fire marshal can make that the standard anyways. So if they're asking for it to be put in, why wouldn't we just put it in?
It's more restricted.
So this is.
This is how we, okay.
Yeah, and if this,
I got you.
But then we took it out, then local jurisdictions that brings it, if they wanted to.
It can be more strict.
Yes.
I'm sorry, yes, Will.
So, do we, I guess a couple of questions. The ICB fire and smoke vehicle contractor certification. What is that? Do you have that or equivalent? What is that? Is that I would assume that people who are doing this inspection have some sort of certification. I understand the knowledge and stuff like that, but it seems like they gotta have some level of certification. So I'm just trying to understand with that first part.
Yeah, and so we're kind of working, our person who is the subject matter expert kind of on this was here yesterday, Dustin. Unfortunately, he had a death in the family. And so, in kind of a rough situation. So he's not able to be here this day. So we were kind of depending on him being that person who can explain some of these issues. Just kind of letting you know, I don't have the answers to what you're asking.
So in looking up some of them, they're both national accreditation boards. The ICB is the International Certification Board, and it has there's levels of sectors. Doesn't seem like it is that intuitive that it or even cost effective. Costly if someone did need to go through it, but the full text, it doesn't look like it's that complicated of a certification.
So then the only issue.
Chris, go ahead.
That is a unique certification to the water use to maintain it. So we use, and I was just texting a little bit to confirm that, so our fire departments are requiring a NICET cert to do this work, but that's not a perfect fit or fix either, because it does not specifically give this certification. You're experienced in like systems and systems that includes smoke and fire dampers, but it does not specifically say you've got, that you're doesn't specifically certify you to maintain those. So if there was some combo of maybe referencing to the NFPA language, or and as determined by local fire or certifications determined by the fire code official, is that an acceptable middle ground?
I just have kind of a question. So the ISO IEC 17024 is the accreditation for the organization, not the individual inspector, correct? Okay, so would the organization then getting that certificate, are they required to be a union organization anymore? Okay, and so, okay, I think that answers all my questions.
The ANSI, which is who does the ISO, and the IEC is the American National Standards Institute. And then the ISO is the International Organization Standards. There's nothing in this that would require human labor to enter it.
Jack, go ahead.
So ICB does have certification programs for a fire smoke damper technician, contractor, and supervisor. And the average hourly rate for a technician, the low guy on the totem pole, is $21 to $32 an hour. $45,000.
But that's just contractor certification. It's not a technician certification you require. you could have a contractor with that certification, doesn't mean that every technician has to be certified. To her point, there's contractors who can get a contract certification.
I think there's probably gonna be more, but I look at the
I'll say it doesn't just list out the requirements for the contract. I think I'll look what Jack looked like. There's 6 requirements to get a contractor certification, the first of which is be signatory to a collective bargaining agreement that provides contributions to certain active licensees. Employ certified technicians and supervisors sufficient to do all the work related to fire and smoke dampers. Then lead at least 3 FSD projects, provide peer references, get application will be through the certification process. That's to become a contractor, which appears to be the highest of the 3 credentials that Jack listed in the offer. You have to employ technicians and supervisors.
But that's if you limit it to the ICB one. And this is also, you could have the accreditation of the ISO or the IEC, which is the other one.
As Megan pointed out, that accredits the organization. That's not a separate credit. That's not the individual accreditation. You have to get an accreditation from an organization accredited under their 17. Your certification itself is the ICD fire and contractor or equivalent. So I think it's roughly the same standard for that individual certification of this requirements required.
I get that, I'm more saying there's no labor union perspective that you have to do with the equivalent certifications.
You have to look at what.
Under the ISO, under the ISO and the IEC, you wouldn't have to, because they're not labor union.
Right, so we don't know what the equivalent certifications would be, so it could be, it could not. We don't know.
just for clarification, the contractor rate, 75 to 135 an hour. Standard systems and complex systems, 135 to 220. It's pretty expensive to check the finance.
Kylie?
Have we opened this up yet?
Yes, we have a motion on the floor. That motion is to accept, I'm sorry, I gotta look at our P10 with the exception of removing, while amending to remove exception 2 to 901.6.1, which was the 5-year. So putting the 5-year back in place. So the motion we have right now is to adopt with that portion
Are
taken
you
out.
just removing 2.D? Or?
No.
Are you removing all?
It would be removing 901.6.1, exception number 2 in whole would be removed. And it would fall back then onto the existing, which is a 5-year cycle, regardless of.
So these other things about clogs and debris and whatnot are covered by the basic original language then, you're saying? Okay.
Kylie?
So I would make a substitute motion to pass as amended with all the things we've already discussed, as well as removing 706.1.1.
Okay, maker of the motion.
I don't see it.
Okay. So we have an amendment. Is there any discussion on Kylie's amendment? Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Megan. Sorry, thank you. Is there discussion on Kylie's amendment? Just so we're clear, that would, in addition to removing exception 2 of 901.6.1, that would remove 706.1.1. Chris.
Maybe correct. The NICEAD website is saying that there's a paragraph in there that says on those certifications, you are qualified to do smoke damper testing. And finding those, so one option, I don't know if it completely will solve your concern, but one option would be to add NICEAD certification to those qualifications, and you have some level of cert with that, and I'm not able to speak to what most people are using. I know in our area, NICEAD is the standard. So I don't know what that gets you to, very, in rural areas of the state. But that would soften it a tad and it's still give you a cert. Be interested to hear what Jack thinks about that as well as Chad.
Go ahead.
I just looked it up and it says NICET does not offer a standalone dedicated fire damper testing certification track. So maybe I don't know what you were looking at, Chris, but maybe there's
So
something.
it says practical
Is it
application in the field.
NICET technician allowed to do it,
Yeah, so.
but they don't have a special track.
Correct,
Fire
that
damper
is correct,
testing.
yes, so it said NICET certified technicians can perform smoke damper testing as part of their fire alarm and fire protection system duties, provided they have a relative experience and training, so it's under NFPA. So back to what you were saying.
So, but if they're not qualified, even under their own standard, they don't have a standalone.
Can I just get a clarification though? So on Jake's comment on they're not qualified, but under Chris's, what's the jurisdiction? I mean, you guys would say that they're qualified. I'm just trying to understand,
That's what we're using is that clause out of NICET.
and you
So
would
it
have
is-
that
What it
authority.
is it's not so that is not a specific certification to this, but it is, if you have a NICET 2 and you have the experience in that, we're saying that completely meets the criteria that FDA defines.
I think what would happen if it kept this paragraph in is it would work fine for you guys, because you can meet the requirement because it says or an equivalent certification. So you've got that in place, it works, it doesn't change what you're doing. But what it might do in rural areas is prevent them from having easy access to a certified person to do it.
And to other points, this would not prohibit an individual jurisdiction from enacting a certification requirement. If this was removed
Oh, correct.
as.
If
as
there,
proposed,
yeah,
it was
then
removed,
this,
it doesn't, yeah, so
Yeah.
exactly, they'll skin off our nose, so to speak, because we can still put in a requirement for a cert.
I'm sorry, Chad.
If this is removed, you still have a reference in NFPA as a minimum.
In reference where, I'm sorry, can you hear it?
A reference in NFPA as a
NFPA,
minimum.
okay.
NFPA 80 is a minimum standard for this.
So is NFPA being adopted in conjunction with this fire code if it's not presently adopted? I remember that.
There are more than, if I may, there are more than 100 NFPA standards that are supplemental to this and are adopted by reference with the document.
I mean, Colonel lives into our office for a 120-day review, because otherwise.
It's all part of it.
The ability for them to be, it's not all part of it just by being listed, it has to be submitted too.
No, I
Otherwise-
know. It'll be in the doc, it's all in the doc.
See the table here, because some of these, the question would be which one of those apply, because you got a bunch listed on this table. Right now, some of these are the 2002 edition, 2007, 2008 editions, and that's what's going to be adopted as part of the law with this.
Correct.
You sure? He said all new additions.
Well, no, whatever
No, no, no,
editions you
no,
want to be
no.
enforced,
No.
what you adopt is what this will.
What is
reference.
in chapter, I can't remember what it's, is that where it is? I guess I was thinking.
Whatever the reference code is.
There's, yes,
It gives the use. Okay.
I'm sorry. Megan.
Sure, so I guess my question is kind of what problem are we solving? So if the problem is we have unqualified inspectors, which is kind of my best guess, but maybe that's not the case. I guess that's, did this come from because we have unqualified inspectors is my question.
I'd be interested to hear what Amanda or her team is seeing, like, out in the field, are we solving something? Are we missing the point of why we need this?
So, depending upon the facility type, fire dampers, smoke dampers are required to be inspected every 4 years. Healthcare facilities, hospitals in particular, they can extend that out to every 6 years. And NFPA requires, that just like what Jack was saying, that it has to be somebody who is qualified and lists the items. And so typically, and this is also enforced at a federal level. So like if we walked into a federal hospital and we asked them, what is your fire damper testing? They're going to show us the location of all their fire dampers. It's gonna be listed out. These are our fire dampers, these are our locations. And then this was the last date that they were serviced, inspected, and replaced. and they're going to keep that documentation there in-house. And they will either provide the documentation of whoever performed the work, or in some cases, it would be somebody who is in-house that is performing that work. And typically, in the case of even fire door inspections, NFPA offers a variety of courses that you can take online, where it has some training that says this is basically how you go about inspecting a fire door or fire damper, and it gives you some instructions on how to do it, and if they have those certifications, we accept that.
But are you guys worried about the quality of the inspections across the state?
I can't say that we're worried about the quality of the inspections. It's not something that's been well documented in terms of like fires that have occurred, basically stating that something didn't work. So it's never come up in that aspect. We do have a lot of facilities, just due to the age of the buildings, specifically school districts, our boarding care facilities. Just in walking through those facilities, there are oftentimes, we'll go through, much like I said, we go through our documentation review process, and one of the questions is, do you have fire dampers? And sometimes they'll be like, no. And so it's clear that they're unaware that they even exist. And then we'll walk through the facility and we'll look up and be like, well, you got a fire damper, it's right there. And, you know, we can shine a flashlight on them and we can explain what it is. Part of the problem in some of those older buildings is either A, they don't know where they are, or they're hidden behind the construction itself. So even if they do know that it's there, they don't have access to them. So there is that concern that in a lot of our aged infrastructure, there's not a whole lot of information, even on blueprints and construction documents as to where they exist.
Jack, do you
I
have a
guess,
question?
yeah, I got a question for Amanda. I guess the more specific question, kind of leading on you, have you ever gone to a facility where they provided you a list of their testing and of all their dampers and said, we're not accepting this because the person wasn't qualified with it?
We have never not accepted it.
So it's not a problem.
No.
Unqualified people is not a problem. And this got, so how did this get here? Did it come from Dustin? How did it, the guy that's not there, I'm not going to. Is that how it got in the fire code?
This was brought to us over the last year. There were a number of legislative pieces, and it was brought to us as part of the code. Will, go ahead.
I can say from my experience, a year and a half ago, I think Mark, you were in the meeting where we had some of the people who were doing this work, including some firefighters, who had some concerns about this issue. I believe they were seeing issues on the Missouri side, and so they were wanting to address it here. This is before the code discussion came up, and I think they were discussing legislation to address it. So I remember they had a demonstration that they did for us. So I know it's been a concern. I've not been involved in this language, but I know it's been a concern that's been kicked around a year and a half, whatever that means was. But, yeah.
Well, I was gonna lead off of that. I remember there were some conversations, I think it was actually out of Kansas City, Missouri is where it started, but a firefighter fell through a roof of a building fighting the fire because the safety procedures gave out of what was in place gave out. And I know that some were looking into why they gave out, why they did it correctly and whatnot. Those were issues that happened 2 years ago or so because it was a I mean, it was truly, there was a fire. He was hurt pretty bad. I believe he made it, but basically the commercial roof and the commercial grade of the roof that was supposed to have so many of these safety precautions in place just gave out because it hadn't really been ever effective.
Yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I can speak on not that particular incident, but just broadly on it. We go into some of these buildings that may or may not have been inspected, and to your point, being on a roof, you know, those dampers and the HVAC system, that's typically directly underneath the roof. It's a concern just at the firehouse, quite frankly, that, you know, we're standing on top of something we can't see, and we don't even know if the thing's been inspected properly. And just as a general statement in the fire service, if we can increase the standard across the board on everything, why would we not ever do that? Settling for a standard that's just okay, and from the fire service perspective, it's unacceptable. But I see things from a little different perspective than maybe some of them.
Chad?
I guess my thought on that would be, there's already a standard in place. It's in NFPA. The requirement is already in place. We're talking about, these concerns are based off of an enforcement issue and a lack of code inspection, not a lack of standard. We're not here to address people enforcing the code as much as what does the code say? Well, the code already addresses this in NFPA 80, and also as part of your testing procedures, it's already in there. So I keep hearing time and time again, it's not being done, it's not being done. Well, the requirement's already there. So changing this, how does that fix that problem? NFPA 80 says who's qualified, and other areas of the standard require these test inspection already.
But if NFPA doesn't say that for fire and smoke damage. NFPA 80 says it's for fire doors. That's what Jack's point was. There's no standalone NFPA 80 or NICE certification that comes for fire and smoke dampers. It has for fire doors, and there's others, but there's not fire and smoke
No,
dampers.
fire, 80 is fire dampers.
I said NICE doesn't have one for fire and smoke dampers. Specifically.
NFPA 80 does not require a NICE person. It
So-
requires a qualified.
If you guys don't mind, just so because I know we're getting back and forth here, you can sit down. Well, yeah, we got a motion, so you can sit down. So I just realized he's up there. Hey, let's take our 10-minute, please, and let's come in at 5 after, please. Thank you. You can, sure could, but.
That sounds so good.
Oh, that day will come someday. I've got a whole bunch of spotted cows.
How it's constructed.
Beer flow stuff, I want to get it there.
This fire,
of 901.6.1, and also removing 706.1.1. That's the motion on the floor. Any further discussion on that motion?
Wait a few more, I mean, you're missing,
Thank you. Yeah,
Five,
if you don't
six
mind,
people.
we're missing
yeah,
several members. Would one of you try to
corral.
corral some of the folks we're missing?
There's a couple of them out without me on their cell phone. I mean, I can.
Open the door and say we're starting.
Yep, no, it's fine. Okay, we're all back in. Any further discussion? Okay, go ahead, Jake.
So I'm gonna make a substitute motion to do the best I can, but to explain why. Just got on the phone, was trying to get a hold of Dustin, so as, fire marshal, in the middle of our meeting yesterday, he had death in the family, that's why I contacted him preferably. This is really what they were put on this board planning to talk about. I have called his, union heads, they're working on it. They have offered to have someone probably by Teams tomorrow join us as his designee to kind of help explain some of these aspects. And so as such, I'd make a substitute motion to table this issue till tomorrow when some of the subject matter experts will be here.
Did a motion to table, is there a second?
One second.
Okay. Motion made by Jake and seconded by Jeff. Is there any discussion on the motion? Oh, it's not discussion.
The whole thing or just that one section?
Okay, so good question. You're asking whether we're tabling the whole package or just that, or just your one section?
It's 10.
Okay.
Because I believe we
The
have,
motion that's on the floor though.
there was yesterday. In Robert's rules, you can make a substitute motion to table.
Yeah.
Which is what was just done.
Yeah.
You have to rule on the motion first and then you move it next. Yes.
Yes.
You move to the table motion. And then if it's denied, then you would go back to that underlying motion.
And point of order, you can motion to move and table is non-debatable, but if you were to put a date certain and a time certain, so tomorrow, then it's automatically back up on the table tomorrow.
Which is why I said bring it up tomorrow, because then it's gonna give us subject matter experts.
Okay, so my apologies, it's non-debatable unless there's other.
Clarifying.
Yeah, if you have a clarifying question, other than that, we'll have to go to a vote. Okay, so all in favor of tabling this matter, this RP 10 until tomorrow, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, matter is tabled.
I just have another point of order,
Yes, ma'am.
just over.
In an occupied building. Section 901.1.1 fire watch requirement. On these, let me double check my notes for the correct. So the actual correct code locations for the previous one, the fire watch conditions, those are going to be 901.7.1.2. This was a misprint in the RP. The following for fire watch requirements, 901.7.1.2. That is fire watch requirements. Where a fire watch is required, all of the following shall apply. 1, patrols in affected areas shall be conducted by designated personnel at least once every hour. 2, fire watch logs shall be completed daily and maintained on the the premises for a minimum of 3 years. 3, the fire watch shall remain in effect until the system has been restored to normal working order per 901.7.9. The next section, impairment coordinator, the correct section in the code, 901.7.3. The building owner shall to comply with the requirements of this section. In the absence of a designee, the owner shall be considered to be the impairment coordinator. The next section for tag required, correct code section 901.7.4. A tag shall be used to indicate that a system or portion thereof has been. The next section, placement of tag 1.7.5. The tag shall be posted each fire department connection, system control valve, fire alarm control unit, fire alarm annunciator, and fire command center, indicating which system or part thereof has been removed from service. The fire code official shall specify where the tag is to be placed. The next section, impairment programs, correct code section 901.7.6. Pre-planned impairments shall be authorized by the impairment coordinator before authorization is given. A designated individual shall be responsible for verifying that all of the following procedures have been implemented. Number 1, the extent and expected duration of the impairment have been determined. Number 2, the areas or buildings involved have been inspected and the increased risks determined. Number 3, recommendations have been submitted to management or the building owner / manager. 4, the fire department has been notified. 5, the insurance carrier, the alarm company, the building owner and / manager, and other authorities having jurisdiction have been notified. 6, state licensed facilities are required to notify the state fire marshal. 7, the supervisors in the areas to be affected have been notified. Number 8, a tag impairment system has been implemented. Number 9, necessary tools and materials have been assembled on the impairment site. The correct code section for restoring systems to service 901.7.8, and the added language in section 5, state licensed facilities shall submit a fire watch completion form to the state fire marshal's office. 901.7.8 is restoring systems to service where impaired equipment is restored to normal working order. The impairment coordinator shall notify or shall verify that all of the following procedures have been implemented. That number 5 is what we added. And I will stand for questions.
So one of the charges to this task force is to consider what other states are doing. There's a lot being added to 907 in here that it's very particularized. 907, it mentions Firewatch 2 or 3 times. Are other states augmenting it to this degree? And this just seems like a really big add-on.
I am not specifically aware of other states and their Firewatch requirements. I do know we got these from the National Fire Protection Associations. I believe it is NFPA 1 or 101 that we got these from. I can look into other states and I can present that to the committee tomorrow.
So this is from life safety, then kind of writ large across all fire watches.
If I could ask Amanda kind of to speak to the origin of this, that would be good.
So Firewatch in itself for specific systems like fire alarm and sprinkler systems, those first 2 line items there. So what is Firewatch conditions number 1 and number 2, where it says fire alarm systems is out of service for more than 4 hours, and the second one is out of service for more than 10 hours. Everything that falls beneath that is meant to explain those first 2, because the first 2 are actually within the NFPA documents itself. So NFPA 13 will have information there or the code itself will have an information saying if the system's out of service for more than 10 hours, a fire watch is required. The problem comes into is what does out of service mean? Does that mean that that system's completely non-functional and won't happen and won't go off at all? Or does it mean that if you have a complete zone that is non-functional, but the rest of the zones are functional? So what that's intended to do is to put qualifiers on things that are currently either in code or located within an FPA standard and explain what those mean. Because without those guardrails, what's happening now is if an inspector goes up to a fire alarm panel and there's a trouble, how do we determine whether or not that system's out of service or whether or not we have a smoke detector that may be just outside of its sensitivity range and it doesn't like the health factor of its own detector? Will the detector still work? Maybe. Does it work exactly? No. The alternative to that, what we've been doing, is if a system's in trouble, we'll reach out to the vendor and say, hey, can you provide us a letter saying this system's 100% functional? Their response to that is generally no, because they're not there, they don't know what the trouble is, and they don't know the extent of what that trouble is. And so then we end up putting facilities in fire watch for conditions that may not require a fire watch. So it's implemented simply to put some additional guardrails and explanations as to when we would expect the system to be, for a facility to put into place additional safety measures.
I may have a question for Amanda. So, I mean, like, I'll tell you just insurance wise for fire sprinklers, we have to let the glue sit for 24 hours. So we say you are in fire watch and we write it all down, you're in fire watch for the next 24 hours and we come back to turn the system back on. My question is under 901.1.4, number 5, when you've prepared impaired programs, I'm curious on that one, just should they maybe let the fire sprinkler company, installation company know that they are also in a fire watch just in case something were to happen? Because the insurance company, I'm just worried that if there's a fire in that time frame, who are they gonna come back on? And I don't want them to come back on the person who installed the system. And the person who
And where was that again, just so I'm clear also? Is that's in that 901.7.6?
Are we on seven?
No, you're okay. There, he corrected the numbers. as well.
Oh,
So no, you're good. It's 901.7.6, and you're just asking on number 5 of that to have the.
they're letting the alarm company know, the insurance company, I think just letting the service company know that it's also in, so we can have it documented as well, that if there's something that were to happen.
And the opposite, going back to the original, is there's, I think, line item 3, where it talks about, sorry, let me navigate Thomas's chaos that I don't understand. Line item 3, where it talks about a serious code violation or hazardous condition. Oftentimes, we have situations in facilities that have nothing to do with the fire alarm system, that have nothing to do with the sprinkler system, so there isn't anything in code. But let's say a windstorm comes through and it knocks down a tree. And the windstorm knocks down a tree and the tree is up against the building and is blocking a required means of egress. The facility is working, perhaps they have somebody with a chainsaw, they haven't gotten out to do it, but we have an obstructed exit and there's nothing that they can do about it. And that would be a dangerous condition, that if a facility called us and said, hey, Amanda, we had a storm last night, it knocked down trees, we have an exit that's blocked. My response to them, for their own safety of themselves and their residents, to say, you need to implement a fire watch. And you need to notify residents that this exit is no longer available, you need to do your due diligence. And fire watch is a protective, it's not meant to be punitive to the facility, it's meant to do exactly what you just said, is protect everyone, 1, from the danger, but 2, protect everyone from the liability. They are taking an active approach to trying to mitigate whatever situation is happening at the facility.
So Amanda, just if I may ask a question, the intent of this and is because you guys feel that this was not giving people the right information, so there was a lot of confusion about when they should go into fire watch or not, correct?
Correct. So, again, when our inspectors go out and they see a fire alarm system in trouble, their prior guidance was if it's in trouble, they're in fire watch. And in many cases, the problems that were with that fire alarm panel wouldn't rise to the level of necessitating a fire watch. And I know our healthcare facilities can probably speak to this oftentimes, to expect that a system is never going to have some sort of trouble, maintenance trouble is unrealistic. But what happens is, without guardrails specifically outlining what we consider is a distinctly hazardous condition that would require fire watch, we are putting facilities into fire watch to where they are having to do continuous rounds, dedicate staff to being able to perform the duties, and they're walking the facilities over and over again. For again, it could be something as minor as a ground fault that's triggered within the system. That could be a major issue, it could be a minor issue. But again, without some guardrails, there's no way for inspection staff to be able to identify what that is.
Danielle?
I think it's first, you can.
I was just
Okay,
gonna
sorry.
come, it may not meant to be punitive, but it is a pain in the,
My question is, so, 901.7.1 says the fire code official shall have the authority, to implement a fire watch. In the next section, 901.7.1.1, conditions that require it. If any of these conditions are present, is it required that that facility be put under a fire watch, or does the fire code official have the discretion to make that determination?
The facility should be putting themselves, as it's written under fire watch conditions, those specific conditions require that a fire watch be implemented. That's something that is guidance for the facility, these are the conditions under which a fire watch should be implemented. The prior one, where we're talking about the fire code official, meaning if they walk in and this condition exists, they have the authority to say, okay, you didn't do it on your own. We are putting you in fire watch at this time. So we are now authorized to say, as a facility, you're in fire watch.
I'm sorry, yes, you were next.
Okay, so going back to, this still is 901.1, this didn't change?
Yes.
Okay, so the question I have is, because when we get down into fire watch conditions, and I'm going back to fire sprinkler system is out of service for 10 hours or more. So 2 examples I have is when glue has to dry and the system's turned off, or whenever pipes freeze and sometimes we gotta let them thaw out before we can get to it, and it's not gonna happen the same day. So we say you need to be in fire watch. Are we now, I'm just trying to think about, so as the fire sprinkler company, we have the authority to tell that person they're in fire watch. We have the ability to suggest they're in fire watch.
As the contractor,
Liability is really outside of our purview.
Well, but what I'm getting at though is like, we'll document that we told them that they need to be, but then the next step is then they have to get the form with you guys.
Correct.
So that's my question is the facility owner supposed to do the form?
Yes.
Do we tell them, here's the form you need to fill out online? I'm just trying to think about step by step. And
I would first like to say that I appreciate the fact that this is even something that you are talking about.
I don't want to get sued.
Any help and support that can be provided in terms of making sure that facilities are knowledgeable on what their fire watch requirements are, we 100% appreciate that support. What we often run into is the opposite, is that facilities have deficiencies that are discovered during inspections, and facilities will ask do I need to be in fire watch? And in some cases, we have contractors that are telling them, no, your system's fine, you don't have to be in fire watch. And then we walk in the door sometime after the fact, and it's now been 6 months and we don't have any sort of water flow monitoring on the system, and they could potentially find themselves with some issues. And their response is typically, well, we asked the contractor and they said it was fine because they're ordering parts. So again, very much appreciate the support. And if anytime you can educate them and say, hey, this would be a condition where you need to be in fire watch, that would be appreciated.
Danielle?
And for that state fire watch notification form, is that just for state facilities or is that for all facilities? So if we've got a hotel in Garden City, they need to notify you, they need to notify us, they need to notify
Correct.
the rest of the list. Okay, so everyone should be filling out that form regardless of what facility and where it's located.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any further questions? Oh, go ahead, Jack.
But going back to Robert's initial comment, I do agree that this seems like a lot of words when there's already a lot of words in there. Firewatch is in the code 49 different times in 4 major locations. 907 is just one of those 4. It's also in 40311, talks about the duties. It's in 3303 and 3504. And I think it does already what you're doing. It requires a fire watch. It talks about the determinant plan. And I'm not sure all this stuff is needed.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jack.
As a fire chief, who gets accused and a former fire code official, to that point, I appreciate that it's in there because it's not changing the requirements very much to the point, but it's providing, to your point, I think the word that hasn't been used is clarity. It's providing clarity, particularly for newer code officials. And more importantly, that allows the code official to give this documentation to the facilities, and they have guidance, they have information, knowledge is power. They have that knowledge to know when is this going to be required. So yes, it seems like a lot, but it's really just expanding what's already there. What's already there is the fire watch is already required in scenarios. These are just listing out. These are some examples when you need to do this. Even if we add none of this, they're still going to have to do fire watch in every one of these situations. The only thing that's really changing is some of the notification. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Megan?
I want to agree with Chad, and one of the biggest issues that we have among providers is interpretation and inconsistency regarding these things, so having it written out is a big help for us.
I was gonna say, Kylie, Megan, and Larry, you guys lived this, so I was hoping you'd kind of let us know. Sharon?
Is serious code violation or hazardous condition, are those defined somewhere?
Now, those are the situations that are the wet ifs. Those are the storms that knock down a tree that block an exit. Those are, all of a sudden, we realized that our generator is not working. And it's situations and scenarios like that fall outside of the realm that is already covered within standards. Go ahead.
Another example of that for the areas of the state that don't have trees, because this is a state like Pasco. One that I ran into a couple times in a school was when you have concrete sidewalks, landings outside of doors, you have drainage issues, water gets underneath them. We have this thing called cold weather, winter, it freezes, the concrete heaves, now the exit door won't open. And that's a relatively common problem in some facilities. Now you have a compromised exit. That meets this serious code violation, because that was one conversation I had to have with them is, okay, we've got some classrooms that are potentially dead-end corridors now that don't meet travel distances. How are we gonna address this? And we set up a fire code or a fire watch in that wing of the building.
Okay, are there any questions or should we move on to discussion on this one? Any further questions for these guys? Okay, let's move on to discussion. I'd entertain a motion. Sharon?
I would move to approve the changes in RP 11 with the following additions. 901.1, have the last sentence read, fire watch notifications shall be made to the state fire marshal electronically on such forms and in such format as may be required by the state fire marshal or his designee. And that clarification also be added to 907.1.6, number 5. If I need to explain that, that's just so when you get something else that isn't the fire watch notification form system, which I think someone said there were multiple different versions of that, you wouldn't have to go back and correct it.
I was just,
Okay, or I can just give it to you. Fire watch notification shall be made to the state fire marshal electronically on such forms and in such format as may be required by the state fire marshal. And I have or his or her designee. I don't know how we're doing that throughout the code, whether fire marshal includes all your designees, but we need to be consistent. I'm the code nerd.
okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Megan. Discussion. Tori?
Can we move in or move and add, under,
901.7.6.
and then number 5 and add, I don't know, are we doing fire sprinkler or fire suppression? What are you guys doing across the board?
Fire protection.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
You're talking notification of the fire protection.
Yeah, whoever they, yeah, just whoever.
Okay. We'll work on words.
Okay. Is that a friendly amendment?
I would accept that.
Okay. Further discussion? Jane?
But it refers to, in a couple of different places, state licensed facilities. That's specifically different than like buildings on state-owned property or state-owned buildings. You're just only talking about the licensed facilities, for sure.
Correct.
So there's no special state.
Owned facilities. Kylie?
So with the explanation you gave a little bit, or an example where the tree falls down in front of the door or whatever, would that require notification to the fire protection company? Like,
It wouldn't affect the sprinkler system in that situation. It's just affecting the, like if the alarm system, you're on fire watch, if the alarm system's out of service for 4 hours, that doesn't affect the fire sprinkler system.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's actually only in, if I may, 901.7.6 deals with pre-planned impairments. So when you're taking a system offline for
I don't know.
planned issues rather than emergencies. Danielle?
In section 901.1, systems out of service, do we need the language that's been added in red if we have kind of that overarching language that we've added? Because that's specific to any facility required to be licensed by a state agency shall notify you of any system impairment, but we've added language that should happen across the board, right? If that's what your amendment would.
No, my amendment was just how that notification was to occur.
Okay, so not that
Getting
it
rid
would
of the
need to.
fire watch
It
notification.
was making it more general, so it wouldn't have to, if we change a form, it didn't have to be.
Right, I think what I'm getting at is, the way I read that first section is that only a facility required to be licensed by a state agency shall notify your office of any system impairment. But what I think I heard was, you want that notification, period.
So I apologize. What this paragraph is doing is it's for facilities that are licensed agencies. We're having that notification come to us.
Okay.
But if it is, let's say, a and it's in Chad's area, he needs to know about it as the fire code official. And so that's how that paragraph starts in its original inception, is it goes to the fire code official.
Okay.
And so in that case, it would go to Chad because it's not really something that we are licensing and regulating to that extent. But if it is a licensed facility, like a child care center, it needs to go to Chad as well, because he needs to know, but it needs to come to us.
Okay, thank you for that.
I don't wanna forward for every building in the state, I'm sorry, I misspoke that first time when you asked me that.
Got it, okay, okay, that makes sense, sounds good.
Robert?
Should that be clarified to say they need to notify their local fire official and the state fire marshal's office if you want Chad and your office to know?
We can.
Let's just have them all call Chad.
Chad will get all the forms.
Those are-
She's an amendment.
I think we just need to wordsmith that, because it kind of says that in the first, it just,
Kind of, but it's easy to read it as an instead of.
yes. Well, we can wordsmith that.
Shall additionally
Chad.
No, Chad.
Any further discussion? Oh, I also, just in 901.7.6 for cleanup for our folks, we need to go through and do the and all that through their semicolons. You guys got that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate the explanation, because that, I mean, I think we feel most jurisdictions, at least the larger ones, do this operationally already. So our only question was kind of like, why is this needed, which you explained, if it helps with clarity, especially with certain agencies, then yeah, we have concern with that.
All right, seeing no further discussion, go back to the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, RP 11 is adopted as amended. All right, folks, we'll start somebody up here. Oh.
I mean, we're supposed to give us more.
Yeah, we gotta go back.
You want to start, Wally?
You can start, Wally.
Go ahead, Wally.
We know we're coming back, so there's an easy one to pick off.
I don't think this is an easy one. This is, Wally's doing fireworks and explosives.
Oh, well, you can sit back down, Wally.
Oh, why don't we do, let's do 12.
Mobile food.
I think that's a quick one.
It's like, why'd you just want the fireworks from?
Yeah.
Over mobile food, when it's bitten its hospital.
Yeah.
Molly.
You gotta be here, you gotta be here, Walt.
I'm going to, I do not like my folks out loud. I'm going to present RP number 12, mobile food vendors. This recommendation before you today is to adopt the proposed Kansas amendments to section 4106 of the International Fire Code, which governs mobile food preparation vehicles. The purpose of this proposal is to establish clear and consistent statewide fire safety requirements for mobile food preparation vehicles, particularly addressing propane and other fuel systems, cooking equipment, exhaust systems, and fire protection features. Mobile food preparation vehicles have become increasingly common throughout Kansas at festivals, fairs, community events, food truck parks, and other locations. Unlike a traditional restaurant, these operations are mobile and may operate in close proximity to buildings, tents, large crowds, and other vehicles. They also combine cooking appliances, compressed gas cylinders, fuel systems, generators, and limited working space. These characteristics create fire hazards that are different from those associated with a traditional commercial kitchen. The current Kansas Fire Prevention Code addresses propane systems, flammable and combustible liquids, and other fuel systems in different sections. However, this proposal creates a specific section for the mobile food preparation vehicles. In our 2006 fire code, we do not have anything that governs food trucks or mobile food vendors. So if you look at Appendix A, in lieu of reading all of these additions to you, we're just going to briefly cover all of them. 4106.2, this was amended to give authority to the local jurisdictions for permitting, since that is not something that we do handle at a state level. 4106.3, the exception, it was amended to provide a reasonable transition period for existing non-conforming mobile food preparation vehicles operating on state property. It allows for existing vehicles without exhaust hoods to continue operating until July 1st, 2030, while requiring future installations to comply with the code. Local authority language was changed to recognize local jurisdiction fire safety requirements. 4106.4.1 was amended for regulatory consistency with inspection, testing, maintenance requirements that are listed in NFPA 96, which is the for ventilation control and fire protection of commercial cooking operations. And then 4106.4.3.1 was amended to require annual inspection of the propane gas containers and fuel gas piping by a company holding a propane installation and service license that was issued by the state fire marshal. The amendment uses the existing Kansas propane licensing framework to ensure that inspections are performed by qualified personnel and that fuel system components are suitable for service and free from damage or leakage. Concerns with this, operators may need to modify existing fuel storage or operating practices to comply with the updates. However, our staff believes that the provisions reflect and establish fire safety principles and provide reasonable expectations that improve public safety without placing unnecessary burdens on the food truck industry. Our overall goal is to not make mobile food operations unnecessarily difficult. Our goal is to establish practical risk-based requirements that provide the same basic level of fire safety expected from a fixed commercial cooking operation, while recognizing that mobile food vendors operate in a very different environment. For these reasons, our staff recommends adoption of the proposed Kansas amendments to section 4106, and I will stand for questions.
So I might just add to Molly's piece there, the 4106.3 exception really is, I call it the state fair exemption. It's our agency has never required those vendors that have worked there, and some of them, they have trucks that have never even left the grounds for 20 years. They just use them a few weeks a year. I was surprised to find that out. We also found out that cheese can explode.
Yeah, if you let it go.
That was a few years ago. We had exploding cheese, take out all the windows on one of the trucks. Pretty cool. But we're trying to work with the vendors there who really are operating on that state property. If they were to go into Hutchinson, Hutch has had these rules for a while. So a lot of them have never left state grounds but we want to give them a path forward and not just suddenly, where are we? Right before state fair or whatever comes out, say, oh, sorry, you don't get to operate here. So that's, to me, just to give you the background on that piece. Question? Sorry. Tori.
No, I just want to make sure. So you said at the very beginning, I mean, in 2006, mobile food wasn't really a thing. So really, all of Appendix A should be in red because it's all being added, right? Not just what's.
So section 4106 in the 2024 International Fire does cover mobile food vendors. I was just saying that the way that we operate currently right now today, the 2006 fire code that we have adopted does not touch mobile food at all.
So what's highlighted in your books in red are the amendments that we are suggesting to the 2024 International Fire Code. We have not tracked, and we've tried, we had an intern work most of the summer trying to track changes from 2006 to 2024.
A lot is the answer.
It's crazy. And a lot of it though is just, it's all been reorganized in different places. So realize this whole section is
Brand
new
new
to
to-
Kansas.
yeah.
But,
I was just okay.
yeah, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Chad.
Okay, some food for thought, just to expand on that.
Send him home.
2018 is what you're looking for. 2018 is when food
mobile food prep was added to the code. And just something to think about, one that a lot of us in local municipalities are already fighting is food trucks that are dodging us, that are only staying in small communities, or like I've got one that's actually out of Wichita. They don't operate in Wichita, but they're out of Wichita. But they intentionally set up a mile outside our city limits because they don't meet the standards. So just something to think about. Going beyond state property, you've got a lot of food trucks around the state that are flying under the radar because they don't have a good system.
Overall, we do not and are not taking over full responsibility and compliance for food trucks across the state. The only time that we are truly gonna have any authority over them, outside of wanting our Class 8 propane license holders to do inspections of their LP gas systems, is when they are on state-owned properties. Other than that, it is up to local municipalities and whatever their permitting and ITM requirements are.
We have authority and jurisdictional responsibility,
Yeah.
but we don't
Yes.
have the staff. There's no way for us to have a permitting process for the whole state, which is what I know a number of the Kansas City area does one, Wichita area does one. You guys do something out in that area? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a regional type thing. We have not gone into that, but just to get an idea, as far as our agency and enforcement, we have stopped, we don't even inspect restaurants that are walk-ups where no people are inside them. Because we're concerned about the safety of the customers. If the customers are never entering it, that's kind of where we have drawn the line. So those are just some of those different things. But when we end up on state property where we're the only people who are able to enforce a code, State Fair has been interesting the last few years, trying to get that back in line. So they've been great, by the way. They have been excellent to work with and very open to this, but we're trying to be fair to them. Oh, Chris, I'm sorry.
In those cases, I have two questions, sir. So one of those you hit, I think you answered, Chief. In a case such as that, in that case, the unincorporated county, because you probably would go out there, they would still be able to then enforce those food trucks by these rules. So you would be adding that. They have nothing in place. Two, I know such as ours, Sharon can tell me exactly what I mess up here, but so some jurisdictions actually remove the food truck or amend the food truck sections out of the code because they have a more restrictive ordinance in place. So it's basically amended to follow their ordinance, which covers that and more. I assume as long as that met or exceeded these standards, that is going to remain acceptable with meeting state government.
Once this goes into, like, from the 2006 perspective, it didn't exist, so anything that you guys did was more restrictive.
Right.
But once this goes into place, it's going to fall back to all the other procedures where they're going to amend this. They would need to submit those in and say, hey, this is what we're doing. As long as it's more restrictive, you're not gonna have any issues.
So in that case, if we sent, because the amendment is pretty simple, it's removed and replaced with, but we sent you a copy of the ordinance, then
Correct.
good.
Oh,
So
Jack, go ahead.
acknowledging what you said, is this truly only for food trucks on state-owned property in the state fair?
No, this
So-
whole section, no.
Just
That one exception is for in 4106.3, that single exception there is what I call, I call it the state fair exception.
Would apply to a food truck not on state property. They would have to meet all the requirements of 4106.
Yes, and this gets a little interesting, right? Because I have questions myself about this as far as how statute goes and everything else, because it's not a structure. And I don't know. This is kind of one of those things we've got to look into, and that's the sort of thing we'll be working with the Attorney General's office on this. It may be that we find out that we don't have the statutory guidelines to do this. And so if so, that would be removed on that process. But, everything, the fire code's occupancies in buildings. And we, you know, the fire code in Kansas applies to all places where people live, work, or gather for any purpose, with the exception of buildings used solely as 1 and 2 family homes. So if we can fit it into one of those areas there, Robert's already looking, let's see, figure this out.
I'm not promising.
So I assume that's what you were asking is.
I'm trying to understand where it applies and where it doesn't. I mean, if I got a food truck coming into an unincorporated area, do they have to meet the requirements?
Yes.
Is it the state? Okay, and I would agree with that if we adopt this the way it is.
Yeah.
The 3 exceptions that you were making are basically 4. They're the state fair exceptions, like you just said, right?
There's only one
Well,
exception
one.
the one exception that's listed that's got the hard date in it. It's the only one that's applies directly just to food trucks on state-owned property.
Yep, Jane first.
Give the exception only to the state-owned people, I mean, if we're giving them an exception, is that not like just sort of playing favorites? Where the privately owned people retroactively do this if they've been operating for years?
The exception is requiring the food trucks on state-owned properties to retroactively fit themselves to come up
I
with
understand.
code compliance.
Yeah, but she's asking about, is it fair to put this in place for all those other people? And I think it's a good question, right? Should it be something? The problem we have is that because this was not in the code before, our local jurisdictions, this is one of the areas where they have stepped up and they're already enforcing this. So if we go in and we say, no, you don't have to do it till 2030 for the state, well, we're already undercutting what is already in place in those other jurisdictions. Not sure how to work that, but I understand what you're saying.
Mark, I thought that if somebody had, apologize.
I'm sorry, yeah, I did have him first, sorry. Dude.
Good thing you made me wait, because you added something that's why I brought up what I brought up earlier. And the reality is, it needs to be addressed in state code, because the reality is, those of us that have adopted local codes, they're dodging us. Literally dodging us. Working around the system. So they need to be held accountable, but I'm also willing to say, let's be fair and let's give them notice, say, you have until 2030, and just be aware, because how is it fair that somebody chooses to operate in an area where they don't have to meet standards while others operate, 100 yards away and they have to meet standards?
So I think it's also arguable if we were to go back, it's gonna have to be a legal thing that looks at this, but it's arguable that the statute that, it allows existing non-conforming would apply. And so, number one, any food truck that's operating on the day this the day before this goes in place is gonna be grandfathered in. B, did I just do 1 and B? I think I just, awesome. I feel like I'm in a Saturday Night Live skit. Okay, the other thing is, arguably, someone could say that we don't have the authority then to require that by 2030 because of that statute. This is a little weird area. I'll be interested to work through the legal portions of this, but yeah.
Chad.
Oh, sorry, I think Sharon.
No, well, if you added the language only on state property, because operating on state property, so if I operated the state fair, but later I go to McPherson, well, I've operated on state property, so do I have to comply with this? So you're only wanting to allow this if they are operating on state property?
We're only wanting to try to deal with that issue and give them some time to
get into
there.
compliance.
Well, I do think it can be misinterpreted by a different entity though, like just
Yeah.
like you said, someone could just use this and be like, well, that's me, cause I went over to the state property and I sold my
Because I
stuff for
spent
one day.
2 weeks at the state fair, so I operated on the state property,
Yeah.
so therefore I'm exempt.
Right.
Yeah, because mobile's gonna move. So if I go to the state, or if I operate every Tuesday in front of the Topeka State Capitol. But then I go down to Wanamaker,
Do you have a suggestion on
well, I
alternate
said
language?
operating only. I think you need to tighten that up a little bit. Existing non-conforming vehicles that are not equipped, blah, 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 should be continued to allow operating only on state property.
But isn't it still just giving only those people the exception? What?
Yes, it
What
is.
about all the other people
I
that
don't
would want
just
that
know
exception?
state property.
Because I'm afraid of what that would do for you guys that are already doing this. This now becomes the minimum.
I wanna say everybody's got time at full 2030, just this specific
So,
scenario.
again, you guys can raise the minimum, so I mean.
We can
it's-
They can raise
It just
it.
means that this requirement would go in place as the new floor until 2030. If you have an existing rule that's more strict, then, sorry, if you're in those jurisdictions, then you don't get the lower floor.
And I didn't-
That's the next sentence, I mean, it just states what the law is, the next sentence like that.
Okay, sorry, Larry, I believe you were next.
Well, it seems like, I appreciate trying to work with the state fair people, but if you next one isn't till September of 2027, but they have time to prepare, where everybody else that may be in operations now don't have a chance. And then from a protection service, wouldn't that be the greatest threat? This type of vendor at a state fair surrounded by people versus a typical food truck, a few people hanging around it. So isn't that the greatest threat that should be, if anybody should be addressed, it should be them now versus others. That's a thought.
No, I understand. Go ahead.
So I guess here's another question. I'm just thinking about, I feel bad for, I know Chad's tired of my hypotheticals, but my question is, what is a mobile food truck? And I say that as when we're talking about the state fair, whenever I go get a Pronto Pup, it's a building that can move.
Yeah, that was my.
You gotta bring the Pronto
Not
Pup
all
in.
of it. Yeah.
But like that building is not, you can move it with a forklift, but there is not a vehicle to move it.
So that is a restaurant. that-
Really?
It's fixed, has no wheels, it's not a,
So that,
yes, you could, technically, you could pick this building up and move it, right? I mean, so,
Well, we actually had that issue that there are mobile food trucks that then become kind of stationary. So then are they a restaurant or are they a mobile food truck? They still have the propane outside that'll blow up, so is that a restaurant?
do you remember the days where the state used to require that all mobile homes had a license tag on them, even if they never moved?
Yeah,
So, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Yes, I'm sorry, Chad.
Well,
I was trying to.
The senator and the attorney addressed my question of, while you're getting legal guidance, how about we solve that dilemma of when does it become a building? Because I've lived that as a code official, having that food truck or trailer that sets up 10 foot from a building and they are now a permanent fixture, but we're still treating them as a food preparation vehicle. But they don't move.
Bring us language and we'll consider it, right? In this.
What, is there a definition of mobile food preparation vehicle? There would have to be, but there, does it require that it moves?
There is. Jane?
Question, just I guess do the food preparation vehicles also get regulated by like the ADT or somebody like from a food prep standpoint? Is that covered elsewhere? Like, so they're getting
Department-
licensed as a food provider. So,
Department of Ag.
yeah, okay, so there's some other check, like
It's food
Amanda
stuff.
was kind of saying there's crossover a little bit, so somebody would be alerting somebody to maybe like.
We're working on that.
Okay.
It's getting better.
Second question, I guess, you were talking about whether or not it actually counted as a regulated structure, right, or not. So as a place where people work, right, there is kind of that level of responsibility. Someone's gonna be employed as a worker in this building, possibly, or this movable building.
This is why we have lawyers.
Yeah, I'm just giving my thoughts.
It's a tornado.
Yeah, yeah.
And then just question we were talking about was like so the state-owned property, like a university. So a food truck that comes onto the university campus would be regulated to have, I guess I'm still trying to understand this exception. So the code as it stands says they need to have an exhaust hood.
So currently they do not.
But this
at all.
code says they do.
This-
So
the
as soon
new
as
one
we
does.
adopt the code, they would be required to have a hood.
Yes,
But if they don't have the hood and they're operating on state property, we're allowing them an exception to keep going without the hood.
correct, until 2030.
But the people who just pull up outside the university property would have to have a hood right away.
Yes,
Okay, I still don't understand why that makes sense, I guess.
I'm not saying that it does. I love the conversation, so talking about vehicles now versus fixed locations. So I guess a way I could do that is say, if a propane truck in your regulations, do they have to meet the current standard, or do they just meet it when they were built? Well, no, I mean, those are covered within the code. We'll talk about those the next few days. But is that something where that?
Few days.
You said days.
Hey, we love talking about. I blocked out the weekend for you guys. Come on. So,
We got us for one more.
but this is an area, I will tell you quite honestly, I just wanted to delete this section altogether. But that would not make our local, because what we have is people just like he spoke of that are jumping outside the city limit. We had, Newton was told, well, we're not coming to your town anymore, we're going to fair because they don't care, right? And that's difficult, so.
Well, the
Robert,
definition was asked for mobile food preparation vehicle. In the IFC, it's vehicles that contain cooking equipment that produce smoke and related vapors for the purpose of. Vehicles intended for private recreation should not be considered mobile food preparation. They don't have to move, they never have to move again, they just have to have less, they have to be able to less than that. They're put in place forever, call it vehicle regularly, so.
unless we change the definition for carrying.
Unless you change it, if they're a vehicle, you try making a structure problem, a bigger problem.
Yeah, okay.
So would the concerns be addressed if there was a motion that just struck state property in 4106.3 and changed it to until July 1, 2028? Alleviate some of these concerns.
So everybody's gonna be grandfathered until 2030.
I say July 1, 2028.
The 2028?
Be short that by about
Gives everybody a
year and a half.
changing the so like I said, certain
And the
citizens.
locality could still be,
More restrictive.
we could say more,
Yes.
or, yeah, those just
Well, or if we already have them in effect,
yes, then it's.
that's not gonna change us, because we are more restricted, because we're already saying right now we gotta have.
Jack had his hand raised.
So what, I think the question to ask, 2 years, 3 years, whether it's a state fair or anybody, if there's an incident and people die because a food truck blows up for whatever reason, how do we justify that we did what we did and didn't accept it? Isn't that the question we need to answer? What's our justification?
Try to be business friendly and giving them grace.
There's that, and I think there's also, based on our experience, how many times do we have these trucks blowing up? It happens.
Well, that's
Maybe
why
one
there's a new
I think there were 2 or 3 last year in the United States. That is concerning right now for us versus lithium-ion batteries, right? So, some of it is based on threat level. I'm not really, personally not concerned that some food trucks would explode in the middle of the state fairgrounds. And that portion actually would go in effect immediately on their gas systems and everything else. All we're talking about is whether they have an exhaust hood to remove grease-laden vapors from an area where only their employees are at anyway.
So point of order, is there a motion to adopt this section accept the exception, are you making your motion, because nobody seconded
If
anything,
we're
so.
ready for that.
I think
Yes,
that-
has a question.
Oh,
That's-
okay.
that's-
Okay, I was trying to figure that out.
It sounded like a motion.
That's what
Yeah.
we're
Well-
doing. Right,
Chad?
I move that we adopt appendix A of RP 12 with modification to 4106.3 exhaust hood, strike state property and change until July 1, 2030 to until July 1, 2028.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second, any discussion? Jack?
Are we specifying how close they can be to a building? Can they park tight against the building?
There's supposed to be 10-foot separation.
Yeah, I'd have to look at, that's in the
But this
addition.
doesn't say that, so that's not in here. So if we want that, and I support that, that's the industry standard. Should we add that?
But what we're looking at are amendments, not everything that is in there. So this is not all of section 4106, correct? Okay. Are you gonna look it up, Chad?
I'm slowly getting there.
Any other discussion while he's looking that up?
So to clarify, anything that's not listed in here would still be the baseline of the IFC.
Of the 2024.
IFCs.
Correct.
Would still be in there.
Yes.
This is actually all of section 41.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It does not,
Does not.
that I could find. It said South Carolina has added it to be 10 feet.
We're just waiting too long.
Either that or it's a jet
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to add 40,
Now let's bring it back in here. I know we're getting close.
I'll make a motion to add 4106.6
Okay.
and deal with the feet requirement. I don't know what it's listed in North Carolina.
10.
I mean, like what the actual, but 10 feet is the intent behind my motion.
We can make that done.
Yeah, it suggests like building structures, canopies, tents, most materials.
Okay.
Okay.
10 feet from the building.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, hold on a second. Go ahead.
I can do that state fair. You have mobile food truck in a building. If you are they 10 feet apart?
We'll deal with it.
Variance.
Yeah, there's that too. We'll
Okay,
work,
all right.
we'll work it.
Okay, all right.
One thing that I heard a complaint on that we didn't address, but can be addressed at this point is, do you want them to be a stationary, like they can stay there forever? Or do you want them to be required to be still operable vehicle? Is that an issue? I just heard you say that, so.
I think it'd be a good idea, but I don't know that that's a battle that I'm willing to fight.
No,
I mean, I just,
The reason I brought that up.
It's all how you want to define the term. I mean, right now, the default
yeah,
term says.
or it would be operable vehicle. So we would change the mobile food preparation definition,
Yeah, back in chapter 2.
yeah, to reference operable vehicle rather than inoperable vehicle.
And we can bring that up outside the motion for you guys to bring back tomorrow if you want to think about it
Okay.
overnight. And just make a
Let's-
suggestion
if
to
we
us
can
and
do
we can
that.
do that.
Let me look at the definitions.
So we have a friendly amendment? Is that friendly?
That one is, the one about the DOT and the KHB, as far as operable, that is not friendly.
There'd be no friendly.
I'm happy to just drop it. I mean, I don't know that that's a hill I wanna die on.
Okay. Was that okay with the second? I'm not, can't remember who the second was.
We could require it.
Who was the second on Chad's motion?
No, I think I
Sheriff?
seconded it.
Yeah, okay. Are you okay with?
Yes, I am, sorry,
Okay.
yes.
So we have if the amendment's been accepted, are there any questions on the amendment? Seeing none. All in favor of the motion? Or do you need the motion restated?
Yeah, I would like that. I'd like that. What's getting removed out of the red? Nothing? What's changing?
Okay, so let me address, so as I understand it, and help me out, is on 41, the motion adopts Appendix A with the exception that in the exception in 4106 will no longer say operating on state property. So it'll be, will continue operating until July 1, 2028. Okay, hold on. And then the other part of the amendment was to add a new section or to be numbered after this as appropriate by our personnel, just not knowing how everything else is numbered, that would ensure that there's a separation of at least 10 feet from structures and other food trucks or not? Just, was it just structures?
Structures,
Okay.
buildings.
I think Megan had some like sample.
I
language
sent
on
it
some
to
of it.
Amanda. I have it.
Okay, excellent. And Jane, did you have a question?
Yeah, I guess, I think I might have caused some confusion about that exception that's in red, and I think, Molly was trying to re-explain it, but it sounds like, because the baseline expectation of the code language as it's written would mean that all existing non-conforming uses can remain forever, right? I mean, you were saying, I thought a minute ago, the code does not address existing non-conforming uses, period, right? So they're all grandfathered in. Is that correct?
Yeah, see, and this is one of those, it gets weird, right? And so, but if we started licensing them and said part of their licensing is they have to meet the standard, then they have to meet it on the day we license them, right? So there's just a lot of kind of interesting pieces of that we need to work through.
So if we're gonna talk about keeping of the language in red, whether it pertains only to the ones on state property or more of them, in any case, that's making a more onerous requirement than the baseline code would have, which is to say that they have to, by July of 2028, get it exhausted if they don't have one already, right? That's what we're in effect saying.
Yeah.
Is that what everyone thinks we're wanting to say?
Chad, to your point, most of the municipalities that have some type of licensing, in order to get the license, they must meet the current code standards. So they're required to meet almost all locations that require some type of permit or license.
So in your example though, people who hang around outside the city limits don't have to get a license either, right?
But those in McPherson County Fire District 10 that I contract with, as soon as this goes into state law, that's within my jurisdiction. I can enforce state code. So when they set up at Crable's Meats, a mile and a half from town, to avoid us, we can go pay them a visit and say, how about you become compliant?
So would you be able to do that though, because it's an existing non-compliant condition? It would only be the licensing that would cause that to have to get upgraded, right? Not the.
I think there's some ambiguity here, and that's what I'm saying,
Okay.
because of vehicles. When we deal with a lot of this structures, we need to do more work on that. So I don't know if it's
Well,
clear.
I just thought maybe I had gotten us off track by questioning whether it's giving preference or not, but I think it's just.
It is.
So to your point, we require a permit, which will require an inspection, which you'll fail the inspection. Because they don't meet current code.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none? All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Well, folks, I hate to say it, but it looks like we'll be here in the morning.
We keep going all night.
You know, let's go. So just for because I will honestly say that I have lost track in all of this of what we have remaining. I know we have RP1 is on the table.
RP10.
RP10 is on the table.
And then we have
And then what do we have left to?
13 and 14.
13 and 14. So, and 13 and 14 are propane. And that is something we worked very closely with the propane companies the association with, to bring that over into the code. And then, same thing with our explosives and fireworks. So I think just looking at that, unless something gets crazy, I think we can finish by noon tomorrow.
Don't change this.
It's cool.
So starting
It's a
at nine,
goal.
not 9 again tomorrow?
Is 9 o'clock okay with everyone? Okay, and we will make sure to have the teams working. I'm sorry, it's kind of awkward, but we will make sure that that's there in case you need it. So, thank you again for everyone's time. Any announcements or anything for the good of the order? No? All right, we'll see you in the morning. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. Well, I think you're okay with the fireworks and explosives.
No fireworks in schools that works best.
Oh, wait, Sharon has a